Ain't nobody insider KC.
Yeah, does anyone have a non-problematic name for today's show?
Ain't insider nowhere around here.
Yeah. Insider. I hardly know her. That's what anytime you
Welcome
finish
back.
anything with an ER at my house, that's exactly what you get.
Oh man, we're a bunch of children.
Yeah. I'll hear it from I'm telling you, like from 100 yards away. You'll say something. Oh, that was sweeter. Sweeter. I hardly know her. Like, what's happening, everybody?
What's good? Let me make sure I know where everything at here real quick. Oh, this ain't even.
We don't know what to call the show today.
You gonna run this show intro? Just
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You see, the A's signed Soderstrom to a 7-year, $86 million deal.
Man, did we? Was it before the break when they signed McNeil? Oh, old boy from
Yeah. While you guys were on break, I think Kyle and Dan were still live or whatever.
Yeah.
It was big segment on D'Lo and Casey.
Oh no. I don't think we can call it this. I don't think.
Yo, hey man, they started already, bro. They started already.
Joe Piscopo and Eddie Murphy doing Frank Sinatra and Stevie Wonder SNL skit. You are blind as a bat, and I have sight. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Oh my goodness, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, it's not D'Lo and Casey. We actually haven't come up with a name. And I don't know if we're going to come up with a name for this show, but it's James and Kenny. We'll do it that way.
Well, Casey and the Hammer.
Well, see, it gets a little.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Jim.
What in the Sam Hill's going on here?
Romo in the studio. We're going to go KC. See, when you say and the Hammer, it gets crazy. We're going to say KC and Ham. That's how we're going to do it.
KC and Ham.
There we go. We're going to do this for the next 2 days. ESPN 1320. Oh, man. I don't even know. All right, let's just get the particulars out of the way. It's December 29th. We're almost to 2026. I am Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
That is James Ham. I don't know.
What is happening?
I don't know. We got our EP, Jesse Tapia. Oh no, that's not right. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go.
What are you doing with
There
him?
we go. We'll get it straight tomorrow for sure.
No, it's all good. My favorite bit is that when we have a guest in with me and you, it's like, oh, you're just gonna get a random button today, pal. It's a mystery hotkey. I don't know.
I saw Captain. I was like, James is a captain.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was gonna be that.
It's gonna be different tomorrow too. It's a mystery hockey every day.
That's why I don't press buttons.
And I want to say what's good to all my Bears fans.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Shout out to him.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is
I'm
not
just
like it.
saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I wanted to say hi to John Bull.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like
I
it.
wanted to say hi to my man Manny.
I
What
get
up,
emotional
though?
about this. I'm about to cry.
Oh man. Hey. What a game. What a game.
That was the game of the year.
So here's the crazy thing about that, Jesse. I remember good old KC. I said this after week 1. Ravens, Bills. I think it didn't go on the whiteboard or anything because we didn't have that yet. I probably would have put it up there if we had it. I said there will not be a better game than Ravens, Bills all year.
That
There's
whiteboard's
been
like 2 years old, man. That whiteboard's been here forever.
It's like 2 weeks old. Doing
Our
Casey years.
predictions,
Yeah.
our predictions.
He hadn't noticed the whiteboard for a year and a half, but go ahead.
I said, well, it was like, what was overreaction Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah.
I was like, there won't be a better game than that week 1 game. There's been like 15.
Yeah, maybe we were a little early.
There's been 50.
Yeah.
But it's been a crazy year. It's been a crazy year. And you're right, Jesse, that might have been the one. That might have been the one. That was phenomenal.
It came down to the goal line, the last second, like last moment in the game. Yeah, it was the best one I've seen all season.
I mean, even
man.
from the opening moments, you're
Oh
like,
my gosh.
oh
Hey,
no.
how did you guys feel that first Brock Purdy pass?
All right, okay, hold on, Jay. Let me. So, my guy, shout out to my guy, Alan, the Bears fan. We've been talking for 2 weeks. 2 weeks about this game. He was at Levi Stadium last night. I should have been there. If the Niners win on Saturday and they win the NFC West, that means they will for sure play the Bears next year. And I will be at that game, whether it's in Santa Clara, whether it's in Chicago. Me and Alan, the Bears fan, will be watching Niners Bears next year. But that's neither here nor there. But we've been talking about this for 2 weeks. And he was like, yo, our defense, we lead the league in takeaways. This is what we do. I said, look, man, I've been there. I've seen everything that you need to see in football, to be honest with you. And when you brag about leading the league in takeaways, that's probably because your defense ain't no good. Probably because they stink and you rely on the takeaway. And if you don't get that takeaway, it's gonna be a problem. He said, no, he gonna give us. I said, man, Brock ain't giving you nothing. He ain't giving you nothing. My boy Brock ain't giving you nothing. First play of the game. First play of the game. I said, oh my God. Are you kidding? I couldn't believe it. I have flashbacks, Jesse.
No, I did too. Hey, I was gonna tweet. Bears fans, don't tweet anything right now. Do not tweet a thing. Yeah, no, I did too. I thought about it too. Yeah. James, we're talking about the time when the Dolphins played the Niners. Brock Purdy's first game when he came in for Jimmy Garoppolo. Trent Sherfield opens up the game first play with a 74-yard touchdown. I tweet #1 defense my ass, and then my life ends after that. It's ruined. Just ruined after that.
Not a good look.
We beat the Bucks though.
Yeah, shout out Quinn Ewers.
Hey, man,
Got us a 125 game on Sunday, I guess.
Totally ruined your draft spot.
No, I did. Yeah, I was not happy about
Totally
that.
ruined everything.
He might have found a quarterback though.
Baby steps.
Oh
Okay.
no,
Okay.
that's not
But
funny.
Lamar might be coming, so
I
That's
hope
like
so.
Stumbling onto it.
But yeah, that Brock Purdy touchdown or interception, that was insane.
that was James. First play of the game.
Well, not only that, but the first play of the game, and you look, and there's your giant, like superstar left tackle grabbing his hammy,
Oh man.
and it's like, oh no. It's not just one thing; it's that it was like the biggest double whammy ever.
yeah.
And it's like what happened in the Chiefs game a couple of weeks ago, and the Chiefs needed to win. First play of the game, their left tackle goes down, and you're like, oh, that's not good. And then it was just a jailbreak. But hey, was it pleasantly? What's it in Pleasance? Pleasance.
It was a blur. It was
Yeah,
I wasn't seeing straight after Trent went down. And then I think Melissa Stark, I think that's who it was. Bless her heart.
Austin Pleasant.
Austin Pleasant.
Bless her heart. She was doing her job. She did a fantastic job like she always does. Bless her heart. But she gets on there and she says, Melissa, do we have an update on what's going on with Trent? And they're like, yeah, he's listed as questionable and they're going to monitor. He didn't took the wraps off his hands.
Yeah.
He took his helmet. He's not coming back.
Trent's just
He's not
chilling, no
coming
gear
back.
on.
He's wearing a suit. You're like, bro, I don't think he's coming back.
What are we talking about?
He could
It was
change.
done. It was done. I said, oh, no, Trent ain't going to be here. But the saving grace is the only team with the worst pass rush than the 49ers in the NFL might be the Bears. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Brock Purdy had a speck of dirt on his jersey last night. Neither
Yeah.
did Caleb Williams too, by the way.
Hey, look, I've said this about I've watched plenty of Bears games, and the thing that stands out to me is if you can pressure Caleb Williams and get him outside the pocket. So if he's on a straight rollout, he's incredible. If he's in the pocket, he's amazing. He's got a laser for an arm. Even if someone is running at him and hits him, he stands in the pocket. He makes a great throw. The second he starts to scramble, he throws a ball in the dirt like Chuck Noblock. It's like, what are you doing, man? And that's exactly what happened on the final play of the game. It happens to him all season long. As soon as he gets outside of the pocket and he starts moving around and you get any pressure on him at all, it's like a wayward pass every time, and just really, really disappointing. It's just a point of development for him. He'll get better.
Though?
Maybe.
Is it? Jesse brought up the one person last week that has improved their accuracy. Didn't have it on the last play of the game yesterday.
Yeah, that was tough,
I
Josh.
mean, just wide open.
Yeah.
But that's the one guy that I can think of. That
Josh
came up
Allen.
with him, where he was inaccurate and he became accurate over time. Usually, that's kind of who you are.
Well, Lamar got, you remember the season, all of a sudden he was like throwing 70%.
Yeah.
He went
but see,
from
this
a
was-
running quarterback
but
to a nice pocket
Lamar-
passer.
See, but Lamar, real quick, Lamar was never in the 50s though.
Right.
Yeah. Josh, I think, started out like around like low 50s his first season. Season got to 58 his second season. After that, he picked it up. Lamar was in the 60s. I mean, most of his career's worst was his 2022 year.
And the killer, I don't know what the numbers are, so I don't want to disparage him that way, but I just know watching the games. At USC, this was Caleb Williams. At Oklahoma, this was Caleb Williams. Like, he would make the spectacular play.
Yeah.
But when you need to put it on somebody's chest, they're right there wide open. He sails it 5 yards over his head or into the ground or whatever. And there was 2 times last night. One time before the half where the tight end, I think it was Loveland, might have been wide open on the right side. And Caleb just sails it 5 yards over his head. And then on the final drive, when the Niners finally blitzed for the first time on that drive, the running back, not Swift, but the other running back, wide open on the right side. He was going into the end zone. That was a touchdown.
Yeah.
There's nobody there. And Caleb, there was a little pressure on him, but with that arm strength, he should be able to put it on him. And like you said, he one hops it to him, and the game goes on. Even the last play of the game. Now, that was tough. He's backpedaling on his back foot.
Yep.
It's a tough pass, but it was not like that was almost a completed pass. Like, it wasn't that far from being completed. So I say all that to say, like, those are the things that I've struggled with, like, embracing Caleb Williams about forever.
Mm-hmm.
But he did make some throws last night.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he made some throws last night.
I think he could end up like Josh Allen.
It could happen. I hope it does happen for him. I like Caleb Williams, man. And last night, I mean, the 2 touchdown passes were fantastic. He had that throw over, bless his heart, 57. Whoever the hell that was. Apparently, shout out to Dallas. Shout out to my guy Dallas. That's a Pro Bowl special teams guy.
Gifford,
yeah, Pro Bowl special teams guy.
Yeah.
I said, who the hell is that? And why is he in coverage in crunch time? This is the fourth quarter. What the hell is going on here?
in the biggest game of the season.
You know what I'm saying? So, but he, like, when he
Yeah.
threw that to Loveland, Caleb, that went right over Gifford's right shoulder and right into Loveland's. It was a dime by Caleb Williams, and that's what he does every now and then. So maybe he is a guy that can develop that accuracy with better coaching, more experience, all this other stuff. But he had some give and take last night.
Yeah, man, he's a 57.9% passer.
He's the
that is
worst in the
not
NFL completion percentage of guys who are starters. Like the other guys that are that low are like the Malik
Willis's.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
guys, the backups and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, and I would say too, I mean, he's got 25 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions. What I see is every time he's on the move in that situation, he throws it in the dirt. Like, he can't, like, it's got to be some sort of body mechanic that he throws a low line drive and there's nothing he can do about it. So he's got to make some sort of adjustment, and he's got to work on that. Do a million rollouts with pressure. It's that moment though, and I think it's realistically, Caleb Williams has a much bigger arm than Brock Purdy.
Oh, for sure.
But there's the play that Brock Purdy has where he extends the play,
Come on,
like jukes 2 defensive linemen,
man.
steps up, steps back, 2 linebackers come up, and he dumps it to Juszczyk. That was like a
goodness.
Joe Montana moment, but it's like the dynamic, between these two quarterbacks. When you're watching, one has this composure in extreme situations and the other one has so much talent, but sometimes it's the composure that matters. And watching Brock Purdy, that was one of the most beautiful plays I've seen him do. But like just in general this season, just an incredible like pocket presence. It was like he was playing Madden when you're doing just a pocket presence game and people are, flying at him everywhere and he's just moving around calm and chill. And then, oh, look, I got the two linebackers or linebacker and a safety to come up and boom, right over the top.
Is this last month and a half the best of his career so far? The best he's played?
I mean,
Since
I
he's
thought
been
he
back,
was.
I guess you can call it.
It's definitely since he's been
Yeah,
back.
since he's been back.
I thought he was MVP level in 2023.
Good point.
People dismissed that
Yeah.
because
I'm with you.
I think
the
CMC
people
got,
that were around
yeah.
him and stuff like that. They always say he was playing with the Avengers and all this other stuff. They dismissed, but I thought he was MVP level that year. I thought he was as dialed in as anybody. He played better than people give him credit for last year. The team was bad. They blew like 5 or 6 fourth quarter leads, turnovers, defensive lapses. A lot injuries, obviously, but a lot went into last year that people don't really look at. They just say, oh, Brock wasn't as good without the people around him. But what we've seen in the last month, what we've seen, bro. Shout out Kyle Madsen. Last 4 games, we'll say that's about a month's worth. 70% completion rate, 1,061 yards. He's averaging 8.4 yards per attempt, 12 touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. So 15 total touchdowns, 2 interceptions in that time for Brock Purdy. He has been phenomenal. He's been lights out, man. And that play that you talk about, where he's moving around, like when it happens at the Kings games from time to time, we saw like with the Beam team and sometimes with Fox, but you see it a lot with like Steph Curry, right? Where I'm talking about the crowd reaction and like the impulse of the fan to stand on their feet, throw their hands up and say, oh my gosh. There was a guy in college when I would make a shot, he would videotape the games. And sometimes when, not just me, anybody would make a shot, he said, oh, Harriet. Like you just blown away by what's going on. He would always say, oh, Harriet. When Brock made that play in the third quarter, where he scrambled around, split the defenders, looked like he was running, last minute before he crossed the line of scrimmage, finds Juszczyk sitting there in the sideline. I got up. I stood up. I stood up out of my seat. I walked around. I said, are you kidding me? It was one of those plays. I've seen damn near every 49er quarterback play since that I can remember, like that I was really like locked into since like 1998. That was one of the best plays I've ever seen from a 49ers quarterback. I'm not saying he's one of the best. I'm not saying that play was one of the best plays I'd ever seen from a 49er quarterback. I'd put it top 5, top 10 in the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
That was special. And that's what he does. It's interesting that you bring up him and Caleb because the dynamics are so different. Caleb has all the physical tools, all the physical gifts in the world. Brock doesn't. But what he doesn't have in the physical gifts, he makes up for in his understanding of the game and his understanding of the position. Like this, I was telling my boy this earlier. This is why he throws some interceptions sometimes, because he knows, like, I've got to be on time. I've got to be before on time, or got to be early. I got to anticipate. I got to make sure that, I'm in the playbook and I know where defenders are going to be. We saw that with Juwan Jennings and what Kyle dialed up on that last touchdown and everything else like that. That's how he has to be, because he doesn't have the arm to see it a little late and then sling it in there, even though he didn't see it right away.
Yeah.
That Caleb does, or Josh Allen. He doesn't have that. So sometimes he's going to anticipate and defenses are going to get him because he's got to do that. But he's a wizard at that. He is fantastic at timing, at understanding where the defense is going to be, should be, and where Brock Purdy is one of the top quarterbacks in the game, period.
I think he is too. I don't know why he doesn't get sort of the props that he deserves. And it's, again, you make the little mistakes or what could have been a huge mistake, like the interception early in the game. Like in it's like, oh, like the entire crowd, like, and the whole anti-Brock Purdy group is like, we told you. And it's like, you forget that this is a kid that led a team to the Super Bowl after like being the last pick in the draft. Like he just found his way to the Super Bowl, that he's got like 4 playoff wins already in his career. And like, that's spectacular. He's only been to the playoffs twice. And you're watching a player that has like a ton of skill. Does he need players around him? I hate to tell you this. Every quarterback needs players around him.
Facts.
They do. They need players around him. It's like, hey, Patrick Mahomes couldn't will the Chiefs back to the playoffs because his running game was trash and his wide receivers were garbage and kept dropping balls and like all kinds of trouble all year long. It just, I think that he's a perfect quarterback for a West Coast offense system, 49ers style system. And like, if you look at his numbers, he's at 2,040 yards and 20 touchdowns. He's averaging, like, his TD percentage leads the league, but that's in 8 games. Like, he projects out, if he would have played the entire season, there's potential for him to be an MVP candidate. Again, we're talking about 4,300 yards. We're talking about 43 touchdowns passing and another like 6 rushing, 7 rushing. Like, he's been phenomenal when he's healthy. And I think that's the big thing you got to say, when he's healthy. I mean, you can't clearly control when you get hurt with the turf toe injury and stuff like that. But like, I think to find a guy this late in the draft, and, everyone says, well, is he good enough to win you a game? He just showed you he's good enough to win you a game. Like, did your defense have to make one play at the end? Yeah, they did. But, the reason why they were in that game, because Brock Purdy was dealing the entire night.
He was fantastic. I'm glad you brought up his numbers this season. 20 touchdown passes, 23 total touchdowns this season. That number, that touchdown total, the most by any quarterback with 8 or fewer starts since quarterback starts were first tracked in 1950. He's got 23 total touchdowns in 8 games this year, 8 starts. The guy's the truth, man. He's the truth. And is he flawless? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, he's got shortcomings. He's got things that he needs to work on. It's still interesting, too, that I think he just turned 26 a couple days ago. 26. He's 26 years old.
Yeah, he's super young.
Like, this is a franchise QB. This is a franchise guy. And you look at what he's able to do, and really how that 49ers team always has a chance when he's there. And not only is that what the team believes, Kyle believes that. You look at Kyle Shanahan and you look at the trust that he gives Brock Purdy. And it's not lip service when I hear him saying offseason, like, no, it's always been Brock. Like, Brock has been the guy. We've always looked at him as that guy. John Lynch said the same thing. It's not lip service. Like, they have looked at him as the franchise guy since he took over in 2022. And he's just getting better. He's learning the game more. He's getting more experience. There's going to be a time when he's 28 years old where he's going to be, Phillip Rivers going to the Hall of Fame. I'm not saying that's who he is, right? Like, that's who he's going to be. But that game on Monday night, there was nothing the 49ers defense or Robert Saleh could do to Phillip Rivers that he hadn't seen before. He just got to the line and was like, oh, this is who's blitzing. This is who's in coverage, who's dropping back. All right, this is what Brock Purdy's going to do that in about 2 or 3 years at 28, 29 years old. At that point, he would have seen everything that the league has to offer. And he's going to get up to the line on every play and be like, oh, okay. I know what this defense is. I didn't see all the defensive coordinators 4 times. Like, he's going to get to that point. And then it's just going to be picking apart what that defense is doing and if you guys can be healthy and if you have players around them. But make no bones about it, that's a franchise quarterback. That is a guy that you pay $50 million to and that you say, hey, be our guy for the next 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, and I would point out, too, you walk into that game, Debo, of course, got traded during the offseason. Brandon Ayuk decided doesn't want to be a 49er anymore and stopped doing his rehab, whatever the hell happened there. George Kittle's out. Ricky Pearsall can't stay healthy at all. I mean, even last night's game, he got popped early and was like, he takes unnecessary hits like out of nowhere. You're like, hey, why did you do that? Like you're made of glass. Step out of bounds in those situations. But here he is out there. Of course, McCaffrey's having a great game, but McCaffrey's having a great game without, a lot of these players that matter so much, without a Kittle to, to block and do all the other things that Kittle does. But I just thought that Purdy was out there, using Tonjes as
man. My boy Jake Tonjes. That's my boy.
Yeah, just like just use and finding use check in the end zone. Finding like he just kept like adding layers to how good he was playing in that game. And I honestly think that like he's taking the leap that everybody thought, that you're always waiting for, especially in the NBA. You're always worried about the leap. And you're watching a quarterback who's just cool and calm in the pocket. Does he like have some interception issues? Of course he does. But so do a lot of other quarterbacks. He's got 8 on the season. Sure, that translates to like 17 because he's only played 8 games. But, I definitely see him as a quarterback that, like you're saying, like he is a franchise quarterback, and there's been so many questions about it. There should be no questions watching him play last night and watching the teammates that he had. His left tackle's gone. His starting tight end is gone. Both of his wide receivers from the last 3 years are gone. And here he is making the best of a situation in a situation where half of your defense is also gone, and you have to compete. You have to keep up. So yeah, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I was obviously I've always been a Brock Purdy believer since he stepped in.
Yeah,
like
me too.
I was like, yo, this guy's the real deal. Like it's just something that you see, and sometimes you're wrong. I thought Colin Kaepernick was. I was with who said that? Jaws said he might be the best.
Yeah, that was insane, Ron Jaworski. That was insane. That was insane. It was insane.
Look, I believed him. I saw it. I saw the vision.
I bet you did, 49er fan.
Now, he had everything. Well, at the time, it seemed like he had the speed, he had the size, he had the arm strength, he had all the physical tools. It felt like he was going to revolutionize the game. But, yeah, I was wrong. He wasn't that. You know what I mean? I thought Trey Lance was a really good quarterback. But Brock Purdy, I understand why people get enamored with the physical traits of quarterbacks because that matters a lot. But understanding how to play the position is priority number one. What's my man's name? Anthony Richardson, physical freak.
Yeah.
Like he's absolutely got all the physical tools in the world. He don't know how to play the position. Caleb Williams is getting better at it. Got all the physical gifts in the world. Doesn't necessarily right now know how to play the position. You got to understand how to play the position. And Brock Purdy, from the moment he stepped on the field, he knew what to do under center.
Yeah.
He knew what to do under center. And you saw that last night. And, the Bears, I had my fun with the Bears fans, whatever. Hey, man, that team could go.
Oh, that was fun.
That team could go. Now the defense is trash. The defense is not good at all. They're opportunistic and they take the ball away, and that's fine. The defense is not good, though. 49ers defense is not good as well. But the question, and we'll figure this out as the day goes along, does that matter this year? Does it matter? That's the question that we're going to ask a lot. Does it matter? Yes, the Bears got shortcomings on the defensive end. The Niners got shortcomings on the defensive end. But this year, with this group of teams in this NFL, does it matter if your defense isn't quote unquote championship level, especially if your offense is? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I'll never forget the 2022, 21. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But the famous Monday night game between the Chiefs and the Rams, where it was like 48-45. It was just like last night's game. But everybody's like, oh, sign me up. Let's go to the Super Bowl again. Now let's see this one in the Super Bowl again. I was in my head because I don't really like games like that last night. Like I need some defense. I need some resistance.
Yeah.
To take you seriously. And I remember that Monday night game. I was like, oh no, man. Like one of those teams ain't gonna make it. You got to play some type of defense. Sure enough, I think it was the Chiefs who didn't make it. And last night was one of those games where I was like, I don't know if You can do it playing defense like that. But does it matter this year?
I don't think it does.
Mm.
I mean, you're going to run up against some buzzsaws, but most of those, the surprisingly good defensive teams, are in the AFC.
Mm.
And if you're going to run into those, it's going to be in the Super Bowl.
Mm.
But in the NFC, yeah, Seattle has a great defense. Don't get me wrong, and the Rams have a really, really good defense. But there are also a lot of suspect defenses and a lot of injuries to big name players.
Philly has a Super Bowl defense, but that offense is peewee sometimes.
Exactly.
Oh, their offense is bad.
Wait, Hurts didn't complete a pass in the second half yesterday?
No,
I think I saw something like that. Yeah, no yards
At
something
all?
Like that.
No, not at all.
It's bad.
it's not surprising though.
Not at
Their
all.
offense is horrible.
Man, we're going to be here till 2 o'clock, man. We're talking more 49. We'll talk some Kings. I got James saying, how can I not talk Kings today? They got to win. I saw the beam lit on Saturday.
Hey, I will watch the games for everyone out there, especially last night.
Thank you, James. Hey, I turned it over to the Kings game after the 49ers. I just let out a big ass sigh.
Oh man, it was rough. I
Not
saw the game last night. It was nasty. It was nasty work. We'll talk about that. And I want to hear from y'all. Hey, John Bull. Hey, Manny, because I don't say nothing about the Bears. I don't say nothing about the Bears. I had no problem with the Bears. Manny came here talking crazy weeks ago. I need to hear from you today. I need to hear from you, Manny. You get on the phone. Get on the phone, man. Hit on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. If you're a 49ers fan, I want to hear from you too. All right, we just getting started. We closing out the year strong. We just got done seeing one of the great games of all time. Holla at us, man. It's KC and Ham right here on ESPN 1320.
There was a stat that Tim Kawakami put out last night.
I wouldn't know about that, and I'm blocked.
Oh, you're blocked.
I don't know how I'm blocked either. I don't know what I ain't never say nothing to Tim, man. I don't know why.
Tim said that's now 7 interceptions on passes intended for Juwan Jennings this season from Purdy and Mac Jones, by far the most on the team. That's got to be by far one of the most in the NFL.
Do you think they trust him too much?
I think
he
they
goes
look at
and makes those type of catches.
I think they look at such a big target and like they're not worried about the separation and like I don't know,
because he's proven to get those.
Oh yeah,
those
he's a
catches,
great
like,
third down guy.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's like just I'm sure he tells them and he's proven like, hey, just throw it in my vicinity and I'll go get it. And sometimes that don't work.
But they have a combined, I think it's 15 touchdowns, 15 interceptions between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. And 7 of them are on passes to Juwan Jennings. And like last night, I mean, is it just me or do they not call PI anymore in the league?
Now when the Niners receivers are out.
Well, I mean, did anyone watch the end of the Steelers game? That was a
yeah.
He was grabbing his right arm while he's like,
yeah, but you tested him 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
It's like, but like, what do you want me to do at this point?
What was the other one? Didn't they have one in the Bills? I don't know. I saw another one where I was like, so pass interference don't happen no more.
It doesn't happen anymore. Yeah. And I was watching, watching Aaron Rodgers. First of all, he's a putz. So you got to deal with that side of it. And it's like, man, I can't wait till he's out of the league.
Yeah.
But that ball he threw, like it was so crazy. Just the way it was flat and then it twisted right into the receiver at the last second. Like I will miss this generation of great quarterbacks that are leaving because, whether it was Breeze or Manning or Brady or, Phillip Rivers or
those guys don't
Roethlisberger.
Exist anymore.
Yeah.
The I think quarterbacks as a whole are better now. Like the floor is higher, but the ceiling is much lower now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
there's
much
some bad
lower. Like there's no, like there was like just legends on top of legends. Like
those guys.
Eli Manning was like one of the worst of them. And like, he's still going to go to the Hall of Fame, 2 Super Bowls. Like now it's just like Allen, Mahomes is great, but like Allen still questions, like you missed that. Like it's just, there's no like the ceiling is just way low now.
Those guys, the Manning, Brady, Breeze, Rodgers era,
Roethlisberger's in there too. Yeah.
The game ran through them. Like they controlled the game. Burrow, Allen, Lamar, even Mahomes. Like it's
all
not,
talent.
Yeah, it's not the same.
You saw Phil Rivers too when he came back for the Colts his first game. He's like, oh, I'm just calling out defenses, blah blah blah. And it's like, oh yeah, he's just breathing the game.
He
still
knows what the hell is going on. There's no wrong answer to this, but we had this conversation a couple weeks ago. Do you think Patrick Mahomes is better than Aaron Rodgers? career-wise.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. You got to go look back at those numbers, James.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers.
All the
I,
matter.
I
is
said
you gotta-
I said the same
hate
thing,
him.
but I don't know.
I'm not. I shouldn't.
Well,
say
at first I
don't
said the
hate
same thing. I
him.
changed it though.
I'm not a fan of Aaron Rodgers, but when he was doing what he did, that was some of the highest level quarterback. It might be the highest level quarterback I've ever seen.
It
He
was
was so good.
the difference of who's the most talented quarterback, but he didn't win, so that's why you can never put him above Brady,
Right.
and he never did win. So
yeah, but
He was so
Mahomes
good.
has 3 Super Bowl championships. I mean, it's 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, it can't all be that though, because some people would say Elway's better than Montana or more.
like
talented
Rodgers
than
has
Montana.
4 MVPs.
Okay. And
I'm just talking about I'm talking about as a player, like just as a quarterback. Who's
yeah.
better? Like as a winner, sure, Mahomes is more of a winner, but like Marino's a better quarterback than Troy Aikman.
Oh,
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? Like,
for sure,
That's
sure.
right, that's
But
right. Better Montana too.
but we're talking
relax.
about a quarterback that
Is this
for
hold
his-
on? Is this coming up right now? Okay. Oh man, we back here on Casey and Ham on ESPN 1320 as we wind down 2025. We reflect back on one of the great games we've seen all year long between the Niners and the Bears. We're having an interesting discussion about quarterback. I want to have. I don't know if we're going to have that like right now or today, but I want to get Ham's perspective on like some of these great quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm looking at just so you guys, we were discussing whether Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers, and I'm looking at Mahomes' stats, and he absolutely crushes Aaron Rodgers like career wise. Like, and you got to remember, Mahomes has won 3 Super Bowls. He's 30. He's 30 years old. He could play for another decade.
It's tough. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, to be honest with you. It's tough though. I'm not saying that you weren't, but we
were outside, James. We were outside.
I was alive for Aaron Rodgers for prime Aaron. That was maybe the best. You talk about talent wise, the best quarterbacking maybe I've ever seen. Like he was insane, and I don't like him. You know, I hate the Packers. You know, I just enjoy to no end when the Niners would stomp a mud hole in them and the Packers in the playoff. I love it. I love to see him fail. But I'm not no hater. That man, when he was in his prime for 8 years, was insane.
If you got to make the argument as well, like Mahomes, what is he, like 8 years into his career? Rodgers is finishing it up. Like Mahomes is probably going to pass him up at some point.
He's going to pass him in every category. I mean, like
if he hasn't already.
Like Rodgers has never had a 5,000-yard passing season. Mahomes has 2. Rodgers had the one season where he threw 48 touchdowns. Mahomes has thrown 50.
MVPs, and they're like 4-1
MVPs. Yeah. Rodgers has an MVP. Has 4 MVPs. And Mahomes only has 1. No, Mahomes has 2.
He's got 2. Okay.
He has 2, but first of all, Aaron Rodgers' last MVP was a joke. Tom Brady was a much better player, had much better stats, should have been the MVP that year without any question. I mean, it wasn't even remotely close. That's the only, I think that's the only 5,000-yard season in Tom Brady's career. And he somehow didn't win the MVP, and he had a team that was, incredible.
I'm not going to take more time defending Aaron Rodgers because I don't like him. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers was crazy. He was crazy in his prime.
You guys want to hear from Manny?
You know what?
Oh.
You know what? I absolutely want to hear from Manny on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. Manuel, what's up, man?
First of all, I'm gonna give y'all props. I give props where props is due. Y'all beat
You said
us
you
yesterday.
weren't gonna give me props though. You said you weren't gonna give me congratulations.
He called you
You
Kenny
was
in that
talking
text,
crazy.
in that tweet.
You was talking crazy. If you wasn't my boy, you was talking crazy.
Was I
Y'all
wrong?
were talking about the Bears like they were like second fiddle, like it was gonna be some easy walk in the park, the way that y'all described it. And I was like, no, this is gonna be a game. Regardless of who wins this game, this is gonna be a game. And then you wanted to act like our defense. Look, we both had defenses that were ordered from Temu. They both looked horrible.
That
They
is
both were trash. But it was a great shootout, man. Like, it was quarterback against quarterback. And I take some umbrage with what you say about Caleb, right? And here's my point on Caleb.
Okay.
I agree with you on the inaccuracy on the easy passes. You know, it's mind-boggling sometimes seeing how much he misses an easy pass. But we're talking about a second-year quarterback. We're also talking about a quarterback whose first year was with a trash coaching staff. He finally has a decent coaching staff, if not great coaching staff. Let's give a little bit of grace here on his development. Everybody nowadays acts like everybody should be great by the year 2, year 3 because of all the money. But in reality, in the history of the NFL, quarterbacks usually take 3 to 4 years before you really know what you're getting. So let's let him develop a little bit. He's not missing much, right? Like, most parts of his game are pretty good right now. He just has to be better at that percentage and hitting those easy targets.
So, Manny, here, I'm going to let you cook, too. I'm going to let you respond to this for just a second. I'm going to give you some time as a Bears fan, too. I'm going to give you some time. Because y'all played a heck of a game. You guys got a heck of a team. Here's the thing with Caleb Williams, and this is why, like, I think people see me being, boisterous and talking real loud about stuff like that, and they think I just be talking because I'm talking. I've watched Caleb Williams since Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
He's been inaccurate since I've been aware of him. And my question, I'm not saying it can't happen. Like I said, Jesse laid out a great example of Josh Allen being a guy who was inaccurate and got better. I don't really know what it was looking like in Wyoming, so I can't really speak to that. But I've seen, since I've known who Caleb Williams is, he's been inaccurate. And I don't think that's like you thinking like, oh man, he's a young dude and he's going to get better at his accuracy. I seen him when he was 19 years old not be able to complete passes. This is who he's been for as long as I've known him. So forgive me if I'm not just like, oh, he's going to get better at that. I've never seen him get better at that. That's part of his DNA right now.
So here's why I think he will. And again, you could be right, Casey. At the end of the day, if he doesn't, he's going to be one of those quarterbacks that you scratch your head all the time because he drives you wild, right? But I think here's one thing, and Josh Allen even said it. Josh Allen said he admitted being so stubborn to the coaching until at one point it just clicked that he needed to listen to get better at the things that he was inaccurate about. Caleb shows himself to be very open to coaching, to listening to what Ben Johnson has to say, to listening to the staff right now. So in me seeing that, to me, he's willing to put in that work. He's willing to listen. And I think in the offseason, he is going to work. And the things that Ham was talking about, he needs to work on these things in the offseason. I think he will. I think he has aspirations of greatness. And when you can combine those two together, I think that he will overcome those deficiencies and he will get better.
All right, Manny. Well, look, here's the situation. The Niners won and the Bears lost. And because the winner gets to tell history, I can tell you to...
I don't know, man. I might get fade into Bolivian, you know what I mean?
Go ahead and do that. Niners win. Niners win. Niners beat the Bears. Here's the crazy thing about it. James, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This all started about 2 weeks ago. I don't have no problem with the Bears. The Bears ain't no rival of the 49ers, in my opinion. There's some history there or whatever because the NFC's two storied franchises and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, I get it. But I don't have a problem with Caleb Williams. I just talk about it as I see it. I don't have no problem with him. Shout out to my man, Alan. Alan, a Bears fan. That's my dog. That's one of my best friends in the world. He's a Bears fan. Shout out to him. I want to see my man's happy. I want to see him, have success with his sports teams. I don't have no problem with the Bears. But 2 weeks ago, maybe even further back than that, the John Bulls, the Mannies, the Walter Payton Avi guy just came in talking crazy about the Bears going to come to Levi's and do this and that. And Brock Purdy ain't this and that. And if Brock Purdy was on the Bears, they wouldn't have it. And Caleb is this and that. I'm like, yo, what is going on here? But that's what we're doing. We're talking. Well, I talk with the best of them. You don't want to talk with me because I talk. That's what I do. That's what I did on the court. That's what I did in life. I talk. So if we're going to talk, we're here now. And that's why I'll come on here and say something like Bears fans.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
That's why I come on here and I say that the Bears fans need
I
to.
don't know, man. I might get fade into oblivion.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I wasn't bothering Jesse. I wasn't bothering nobody. I ain't saying nothing about the Bears. Matter of fact, I said I wanted the Bears to beat the brakes off the Lions in week 18 because I didn't like what Dan Campbell did in week 2 when he ran up the score on bench. I didn't like that. So I said, Bears, I want you guys to send them home. Now, they won't even have an opportunity because the Lions are done and the Bears are already won in the NFC North. But I was looking at it like, yo, I want you guys to get back. Why are you mad at me? But since you're mad at me, let's talk. And that's where that came from.
All right. Hey, look, I think like Caleb Williams is going to develop, and he is a second-year quarterback. And the last couple of years, if it's taught us anything, is second-year quarterback struggle. I mean, C.J. Stroud looked like a completely different quarterback in year 2. Jaden Daniels, like there were people in fantasy football that took him in the first round, and he was absolutely horrific this season. He did not have a good season. Besides the injuries and everything else, like it was not a good season. And so when you're looking at like sort of the development of a quarterback, we look at Drake May, who's like totally an outlier. What he's doing is incredible. Bo Nix is doing a lot of the same things, but he's sort of like a year behind development, even though there's the same draft class as Drake May. When I look at Caleb Williams, if he has that mentality that Manny's talking about, and I don't know that he does, but there's a story that Doug Christie told me that the first year they played the Lakers in the playoffs with he defended Kobe Bryant, and he would run up and stick his hand in Kobe's face and block off, and Kobe couldn't, missed a ton of shots, right? The next round, Bruce Bowen did the same thing and got in his face and put his hand in his face the entire time. He said he came back the next season in preseason, and it was like someone had that Kobe had just literally walked around the earth with somebody with a hand in his face for the entire offseason. He had worked so much with somebody waving in his face that he no longer cared about where he was on the court. He knew exactly where the rim was. And he could turn around from any spot on the floor and nothing but net. And it was because he had worked on this. Now, if Caleb Williams wants to go out there and do Kobe-like stuff where he does nothing but have somebody chase him and he's running around the edge and he's throwing passes, then maybe he can get better at some of the stuff that he's doing wrong. Yeah. And so I'm not going to take it out of the realm of possibility, but when you go from like a 62% passer to a 57% passer in year 2, that number one, it shows you the regression in year 2 for most quarterbacks, which we're seeing from Caleb Williams. He just happens to not make the big mistake. But I also I want to see what he looks like in year 3, because I think in year 3, very possible he gets back up to being like a 64% passer and he becomes a player that most people believe that he can become when, you're taken with the number 1 pick overall.
I saw this stat this weekend. The Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer in their franchise.
That's crazy. But when you think about their quarterback,
the Eagles are in there too.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, Eagles. McNabb never hit 4,000.
Wow. The Bears quarterback history is crazy. It's crazy. Even their Super Bowl quarterback was not like a
Jim McMahon is
Jim McMahon
the
and Rex
best.
Grossman you got to the Super Bowl with.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. I mean, this is one of the times I thought they had it maybe with Cutler when he was there. He got him to the NFC Championship game, tore his ACL, I think, in that game or whatever. Something happened. And he was on the bike the whole time. I remember that. But you thought you had it with him. Thought they had it with Justin Fields. And you may have it with Caleb. Here's the thing I will say about Caleb. And then we'll get back to the phone lines. Maybe, because I don't know if this guy. We'll discuss this on air.
Yeah,
we'll discuss this. But the thing with Caleb, I was telling the homie, I said he needs to be with a coach that can protect him from himself. And I think Ben Johnson is that type of guy. He will have the play calling abilities to put Caleb in situations that will be beneficial to him. So there's that I really love about that combination in Chicago. The other thing that I love and that I respect and appreciate from Caleb is he doesn't get the ball up. He doesn't turn it over. He may not be accurate, but he's not inaccurate in traffic where it could get picked off or anything else like that. I think he's got like less than 7 interceptions on the season. I think
he's at 6 both seasons.
25 and 6, 25
Yeah.
touchdowns, 6
Come
interceptions.
on,
And
man.
last year was it
last
8?
Last year 6 interceptions as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't give it up, and that's a positive, especially with the offensive firepower that team has, and they're gonna have with a guy like Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's in the mold of a Kyle Shanahan as far as like this an offensive guy. This is what he's gonna do no matter who's out there on the field. He's gonna dial some stuff up. So when you have your quarterback not turning the ball over, it's always going to give you at least those possessions to get points on the board. So those are the two things that I like about the Caleb Williams experience in Chicago, even if I've got questions about his accuracy moving forward.
Yeah, here's some crazy stats. So when you talk about their all-time leading passers, right? Their all-time leading franchise passers, Jay Cutler, 23,443 yards.
All-time leading passer is Jay Cutler.
For the Bears. For the Bears. Their all-time
leader.
leader.
What, like 3 years?
You talking about first season or like all-time like career?
All-time career.
Like Bears career? All right,
passing.
that's insane. Yeah, hey, yeah. All right. I thought it was like, Jay threw for like 3,800 one year. It was like sick. No, all right.
Do a double take.
No, 23,000 yards. 23,000 yards is like there, but that's, and he was there. Let's see how many. Yeah, 102 games.
It's like Jeff Teague being your leading scorer.
Their second leading quarterback, like yardage wise, in their franchise history. Yeah, go ahead. You're not going to get it.
I thought I was going to get, but I can't.
Wait, what was the question again, James?
News number 2.
Number 2. Oh, I think I have a guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's not Sexy Rexy.
No.
I don't even know any other quarterbacks. Go. I'm sorry, I can't.
Is it Sid Luckman?
How do you know Sid Luckman?
Because I know my history, James.
Sid Luckman from 1939 to 1950 has 14,686 yards. Their third leading passer. Who do you think that is?
Kyle Orton.
No.
Oh, that feels disgusting. It has to be Rex Grossman.
Nope. Rex Grossman's all the way down the list at number 16.
Oh, damn.
Jim Harbaugh.
Oh gosh.
At 11,567 yards. Their third is Jim McMahon at 11,000. That is their fourth at 11,203 yards. Their fifth passer of all time, their fifth leading passer, is Mitch Trubisky at 10,609 yards.
Mitch.
And their sixth is Eric Kramer.
Oh,
I don't know who that is.
Eric Kramer.
That sounds like a guy who started on
Eric
Seinfeld
Kramer,
or something.
Eric Kramer.
He was a Viking.
He was a
Viking backup
I'm
quarterback.
thinking of Eric Crouch. That's why I want to say Nebraska, but he didn't go to Nebraska. I think he went to. Did he go to Miami?
No, North Carolina State.
Oh no, I was way off.
Shout out to the Wolfpack.
Detroit. Oh, I was wrong. He did not play. Boy, that's a different Kramer. He was in Detroit as a backup quarterback, and then he finished in San Diego. But is that crazy?
That's crazy. And
sad.
I could, if I was a Bears fan, I'd be
salute
defensive and hyped up for Caleb too. I ain't never seen no quarterback with this type of potential.
Yeah,
I've never like Justin Fields. I think Caleb is a better prospect than Justin Fields was. And I'm not saying like what we know Justin Fields now to be, but like when you drafted him, like we're like, yo, Justin might be that guy. I think Caleb is better as a prospect than Justin Fields. So I'd be hyped up for Caleb too. And he's winning games, and he's, he has the thing. He doesn't take sacks either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He avoids the rush. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's got all the physical tools. I'd be hyped up too.
He just needs a little bit more touch.
Brock Purdy is 9 yards away. If he were in the Bears system, he's 9 yards away from being their third leading passer of all time.
All right.
And this is one of the most storied franchises in the NFL. I mean, they've been around forever.
They're successful because they just end up drafting some of the greatest middle linebackers and defenders of all time.
Yes.
Middle linebacker,
Yeah.
That's what it is. All right, man. So, okay, we're going to go back to the Elk Grove Kid talk line. And I don't know, are we?
Yeah, just we'll see what this is.
All right, man. Hey, Leezy, man. What's up, Lee? What's up? What happened yesterday? The Eagles won. Okay, yeah, Leezy call. Okay,
What was the score? What was the score yesterday? They put up points.
What's
right?
up?
Come on, man.
Gracie, tell me something good. What's up, guys? What's going on?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
I
You
was
feeling
just
good
calling
today,
in.
huh?
I'm feeling great. We won 3 in a row. Our defense looking great. We beat a real team in the Bills, not the Raiders. I just wanted to call in for, attendance and roll call because everyone's always looking for me.
Well,
No,
attendance and
You're
roll
always
call?
missing after a loss.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hey, we're gearing up for the playoffs, man. There ain't gonna be no more losses, so don't worry, guys.
Ain't gonna be no more
I'll
losses.
be
No,
around.
there's gonna be no more completed passes. That's what's gonna happen. The guy didn't complete a pass for a whole half.
Casey, we talked about this. Winners get to write history. Jalen Hurts, 54 and 25 in his career. We're about to go back to the Super Bowl, NFC champs. I ain't worried about nothing, brother. Ain't no problems. We're going to get rid of that bum offensive coordinator, and we're going to get back to it. Ain't nothing, man.
Jesse has it on the board. Eagles will lose the wild card. And look, if things play out, I don't know if it's exactly.
You know who's running to Philly that first week?
I think
the Rams.
That's what I thought. So
Yeah,
I didn't know if
it's
it was
over.
going to officially be that. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm picking the Rams to win that game.
Yeah, you're picking the Rams.
Yeah.
They've looked off all season long, the Eagles, and I don't know what it is. Like AJ Brown is begging for the ball. Like they just look off.
Yeah.
And Saquon hasn't. You can't put on a performance like you did last year and repeat that. Like the stats showed like what NFL running backs look like the year after a 2,000-yard season. Derrick Henry's the only one who's ever been able to like back it up with anything. So it wasn't a huge surprise that what we're seeing from Saquon, but they're just not dynamic.
That game yesterday, while we talk Eagles-Bills, I guess, said more about the Bills than it did the Eagles. I'm out on the Bills completely. Like, I was trying to be, like, it's time for Josh Allen. Like, it's all kind of setting up for him. Brother, you got to win that game.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles didn't put up points. You're at home, like, in the elements. You got to win. I'm sorry. So I'm out on the Bills after that one. Still feel the same about the Eagles. I mean, you can't tell me you're going to win a Super Bowl. After
Brock Purdy has
13,
5
15
less
points.
passing touchdowns than Jalen Hurts, and Hurts has played in all 16 games.
That's crazy.
Purdy's played
Jalen
8.
Hurts. Look, in all seriousness, I like Jalen Hurts a lot. Like
Hey.
I like him as a player. I think he is a winner. I think he is a leader. The production, come on, man. The
He does
production
his
is
job.
ridiculous.
He does his job. He shows up in the big games and he does his job. He's not one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but for what the Eagles need, he does it well.
Man. Can we get I want to get to my guy on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. I see him there. Mitch,
I
what
know
up,
it's great, that's what I'm
baby?
terrified.
How's it going, Casey? James, how
What's
you
up,
doing?
Mitch?
Happy New Year's and everything.
Happy New
Well,
Year.
it's not yeah, but it's still 2025. But okay, I get you.
All right, I know we got 3 days left. My first of all, another grandson born on Christmas Day.
Hey, come on, man. I
Awesome.
got you, Mitch. Come on, man. Congratulations, big dog.
He's a healthy one. We're at the doctor right now. It's just, first of many checkups.
Hey, you calling us from the doctor's office?
Well, they have lunch at 2:00, so I got 5 minutes to kill.
Oh,
Turn you on. I know tomorrow you're off the rest of the week. So
Well, no, we're on
Yeah, we're
tomorrow.
back tomorrow,
too.
Mitch.
we're
Yeah.
back tomorrow. Yep.
Oh, you're back tomorrow. Well, that's good. Well, cha-ching, right?
Yeah.
Caleb playing much better than anything. He's really turned around. He's looking like one of the best quarterbacks already, top 10. Come on. Better than Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry, Eagles. Too bad. You got like the 49ers 2 wide receivers, Purcell and Jennings. Hopefully they'll be there for a while. Found them long term. And you got to say the Bills and the Chargers can't get out of their own ways. They can never have it too good. They always shoot themselves in the foot, especially the Bills. That was a bad play. They should have gone for the tie. Should have gone to overtime.
You know what?
Real quick, I need Mitch to call us from the doctor's office every time. Every time.
Not from a bicycle
Yeah.
on a freeway.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on, yeah.
He hit him with a
I'll be right with you, sir.
Yeah, no, Mitch, go to the doctor, call us every time.
the doctor came in like, yeah, I got your test results.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Hold on. I'm talking to D-Lo and KC real quick. Hold on. You know what, though? I agree with Mitch. I
Yeah.
thought about that in real time, talking about the Bills game. I thought about that in real time. I said, I wouldn't go for 2 here. I wouldn't go. The Eagles offense wasn't going to do anything. The Eagles offense wasn't going to score a touchdown when you got in overtime. So I would have, at home, the way that Eagles offense was playing, I would have kicked the field goal and played for overtime.
Yeah, I didn't love that decision either. I mean, the play was open. Josh Allen's got to make that throw.
You're
Like,
right,
it
though.
was
It
there
was
for
open.
them, but I don't know. I guess it's hindsight.
Yeah.
But you lose 13-12. Like, what are you doing scoring 12 points? And all 12 of their points came in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That's tough.
inexcusable.
Josh has been dealing with a hurt foot. Maybe that's pampered him, but
Maybe so. That Eagles defense is legit too, though. Like that's the best defense in the NFC, I believe.
yeah.
And when Jalen Carter's there, he's a difference maker.
Do you think they're better than the Seattle defense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw
they're-
the Seattle defense get lit up by the Rams at home.
There's
Yeah.
holes with that Seattle defense. Like the Seattle has a great defense, but Eagles is like Super Bowl caliber. Like, if I-
Seattle's defense is really good though. I don't want to make it like they're
Yeah.
bums. They're really good, but I've seen them against top flight offenses, the Rams and Tampa Bay, when Tampa Bay was who they were, light them up in Seattle, went up and down the field. So I know on Saturday, Niners are gonna have the work cut out for them though, because that Seahawks defense is gonna be ready to go for sure.
Mhm.
1 seed will be on the line, man. There's still so much football I want to talk about, man. There's so many things leading up in the week 18 in general. You know, people upset with the fact that the Niners aren't on Sunday Night Football. I saw this one coming, though. I saw this one coming. We'll talk about why and everything that's going on with that. Still want to hear from you. I haven't heard from a Niners fan yet. I want to hear from the Niner gang, man. I want to hear from you guys because that was unreal what we saw last night in Santa Clara. So I want to hear from you guys on that.
Still got that basketball team in Sacramento. We'll get to too at some point.
Sac State, they did play.
Not them, Kenny.
I love the kid. Look, I put it on my Instagram stories. It's still so. I was driving from Roseville on Saturday. It was dark outside. Drove past the beam. It's still like,
Hello, old friend.
There it is. There's the beam.
There it is.
So yeah, they got to win. 1-1 over the weekend. 1-1. Last night was pathetic, but 1-1 over the weekend.
Steven
Gotta take
Castaneda,
it.
real quick in the chat house. Raider fans allowed to call. Hey, celebration.
Hey,
Celebration.
You did something right, Steven.
You did what you had to do. Absolutely, you're allowed to call. Tell us what you want to do in this draft. I want to hear from everybody here before we get to 2026, man. It's KC and Ham. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. I know, John. That's crazy, right? Like I went back and watched the condensed version of the game, but I was not tripping on Kings Lakers last night. Not at all. My homeboy, my cousin in the group chat, one of them's a Lakers fan. My other one, he just be talking shit. He was in the group chat like, oh boy, Kings Lakers about to get Bronny in the game. Like all before the game, I said, bro, Niners are on, bro. I don't care about that. I don't care. You can't affect me right now. Niners are on. That's all I care about.
I just watched a video of Harry Giles just killing it in China.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
Harry Giles, I've said this before. I'm kind of critical of what I see from high school players sometimes, like with the mixtape era and all this other stuff, and you're putting their highlights together and everything. They're like, oh, he averages 30 a game, and it's just not as impressive. Like one of the guys that is like that right now that's in the draft is Emmett, the guy from Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. There's some major questions about him.
I'm like, I don't know, bro. But he like averaged 30 in high school. He's almost 7 foot. So like, I'm not sure. I say all that to say, Harry Giles' high school film is insane.
Yeah.
That I was like, no, that's what I'm looking for from like, if he's supposed to be this super high school guy, all of it. That's what the way he played in high school is insane.
Yeah, I'm so bummed he never actually like developed. And a lot of that, like, look, I've said it a million times, like anytime you have 5 rookies on one roster and then 4 second-year players, like players are going to get lost, right? But he had so many injury issues that should not have been the case. They should have been able to keep him under lock and key, and they did for the first year while they rehabbed him, but just like couldn't get him to like understand like what his physical limitations were going to be if he didn't do the work.
Yeah.
And just really a bummer because he's such a good guy.
I never thought he got like, I know there was stuff like him not taking care of business in the off season and stuff like that physically. I never thought they gave him a real shot in Sacramento. Like how the way people feel about Maxime Reynaud right now and Nick Clifford, like just let him play. That's how I felt about Harry Giles.
He never got that, but also like there was the one summer where they sent someone out to like to visit him and he wasn't there.
Yeah.
He like they sent someone to Atlanta and he was in LA.
Yeah.
And then he got there for the California Classic and day one his knee swelled up and they're like, we told you
Yeah, the
I wanted them to
frustration
just
level
let
is
him play.
just really too
I
bad.
thought he was a big part of. We always talk about that time before COVID when they went like 15-6 or something, 19-5. And he played, and I thought he was a big part of why they played well in that stretch because he finally got consistent playing time. And I always just wanted him to just let him play.
I'm watching it. I just watched that tape, and he's just so much. He's playing at such a faster speed than everyone around him. And it's like, hey, you can say, oh, he's way bigger. He's way more talented than them. But the speed, you're watching him play at just a completely different speed level.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's just too bad it didn't work out.
He is a basketball what if. Like if he never tore his ACLs, I really wonder what he would look like.
Yeah.
He would have been.
I think he's had four tears.
Would you say a little different type of player, but would you say he's like he could have been like a Paolo? Paolo's a little bit like more physical, like stronger, but that size and that skill set, it feels like Harry, if he would have never tore any ACL ever, it feels like he could have been a better passing, better ball handling version of Paolo.
I look at just like the physicality wise and the defensive mindset, more of like a high level scoring Draymond Green. Bigger version of Draymond Green with
passing ability. Was crazy.
Unbelievable passing. And some of the biggest hands that you've seen like in the last, I don't know, like the Kings don't usually draft guys with not only big hands, but good hands and just incredible. Yeah. The Chris Webber comps were a little unfair, but I think he could have, like, if he never got hurt, but he got hurt as a 15-year-old. That's the first time. And then toward the other ACL when he was 17. And then at Duke, he had to have another procedure because he has the bilateral ACL tears and it gummed up his first knee. Then he tore an ACL again in the NBA, which they didn't want to talk about.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know he tore it in the NBA. Yes, sir. It's KC and Ham here on ESPN 1320 as we wind down 2025. Mammy and Ham are going to be here for the next 2 days. Just kind of, giving you guys that content. I know people want to talk about this Niners game. I know people want to talk about the Kings too. We'll talk about the Kings today. We'll probably be a little bit more Kings heavy tomorrow. I just got word, Jesse, I'm throwing this on the fly right here. Jay Gayton's going to be with us at 1:30. So if you could shoot
today,
him, if you could shoot him the link, he just confirmed that he'll be around at 1:30. We're talking football. We're talking 49ers. We'll go back to the Elk Grove Kid talk line because I got to talk to my guy. And I want to know if the respect for not only 13, but young Shanny is there for my guy TC. TC, what's up, man?
Hey, what's poppin'? Hey, what's up with my two brothers? Hey, D-Lo, I know you listening, man, but it's the two brothers, man. Listen, Cam, Kyle, Jesse, bro. Listen, yo, hey, he ain't getting no, listen, bro. He get the job done, then we'll sit. I told everybody we're going to sit down and have a talk at Sky River. And Kyle pull this off and win, bro. We'll sit down and talk about it. Right? We'll talk about all of this.
So hold on, TC. Hold on, TC. He only is going to get the respect if he wins a Super Bowl?
Yes.
That's hate. I'm sorry. You're a hater, TC. You're a hater.
No,
you're a hater, TC. I've seen that. I'm from the neutral side. You're a hater.
Just keep moving those goalposts, man. Just keep moving them.
Nah, bro. I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm just being honest. Y'all want me to be honest, right?
No, I want you to stop hating.
No, it's not hating. I just feel a type of way about the guy. I don't like him. It has nothing to do with the team. If the team won the Super Bowl this year, bro, I'm going to be happy as it. Look, I'm going to be happy as whatever, right? Yeah. I'm a Niners fan, bro. I don't like Kyle. Y'all know that. It has nothing to do with Brock. It has nothing to do with Fred, Bosa. Nobody, bro. Moody, we released him. Trae Lancey was never a good quarterback. We really don't know. But as of right now, Bo wasn't a good quarterback. Like, bro, we can talk about everything, right? I'm just not getting high over Kyle. I used to be one of them guys, super high on that guy. I'm not high on him.
Real quick, it doesn't change your mind that Trey Lance couldn't beat out Cooper Rush on the Cowboys?
Bro, I'm not really worried about Lance. Everybody wants to go back to Lance. Lance isn't a good quarterback, right? We don't know that. I'm just talking about how the situation was handled. It wasn't handled right, bro. And if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, look, I got you sidetracked, TC. I'm gonna let you get your other point in. I got you sidetracked.
I'm not, because if y'all want to talk Niners, bro, we can talk Niners, bro. I'm just being honest. I'm not gonna get on these everybody super giddy about that.
That's why we love you. That's why we love you. That's why we love you. Did you have anything else about the night? Because I got you sidetracked with Shanny. You got anything else?
Man, I'm talking Kings.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, Ham. I got a little trade. Ain't nobody really gonna like it, but at the same time, I was watching that game. I was going back and forth, but I was watching the Kings game. Am I wrong for this? I really care more about what the Kings are doing than the Niners right now. Because if the Niners, we gonna win. I want to see what the trades is. I want to see what this team and this organization and Scott Perry is doing moving forward from every aspect. Right? I'm more excited about that. Am I wrong though, or am I tripping?
Yeah, you're tripping. You're out of your mind. The Niners winning for the 1 seed next week. What are you talking about?
I have to watch the Kings play. Like, I have to own that. I have to sit there and watch these games. You don't. Like, I had 2 TVs on. I was like watching the 49ers game and watching the Kings game side by side. Man, there's nothing more frustrating than watching a basketball team that just does things wrong, and you can see that they're doing things wrong, and they won't fix it, and you're just sitting back like, how can you have 9 assists and a half? Like, you're just the brand of basketball is icky.
It's rough.
It's just not fun. So no, I would much rather have shut off the Kings game, not done 6 quick thoughts, and just enjoyed a wonderful 49er game. I mean, they won 6 in a row.
Come on, man.
This team's rolling.
I love the Sacramento Kings. I love basketball. I love hoop. I love the Sacramento Kings once again. In no form or fashion, on December 29th, 2025, am I more excited about the Sacramento Kings than I am the San Francisco 49ers?
That's why it's hate. You can't tell me as a fan of both teams that the Niners playing for the number 1 seed next week, you would rather see the Sacramento Kings instead, who are 6 and what, 22, 8 and 22, something like that.
8 and 24.
8 and 24. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, that's hate. That's hate.
Look, it was one of them things. I don't never do this, like, because I got some tickets to go to the Bucks game on next Sunday, and like I said, I love the Kings. I love going to the games. I'm never gonna stop watching. I'm never gonna stop going as long as I can go. I'm tapped in, and I was looking at the schedule. And this don't never happen. But before everything came out with the official schedule, I was like, Niners, Seahawks, Sunday night football or Sunday afternoon, whatever. Yeah, I'm giving them tickets away. I am not going to the Kings game with the TC said he'd go to the Kings game. If Niners Seahawks was on at the same time, he'd go to the Kings game.
You do a joke right now. Casey left 2 Kings tickets and someone else left 2 more.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're not playing on Saturday. I mean,
yeah,
the Kings
we
don't
ain't got
play
to
on
worry
Saturday.
about it now. So I will be at the game on Sunday. I ain't staying home to watch Steelers Ravens when I can go to the Kings game. But if it was of the two, if I had to choose between the two,
oh yeah.
Was that the right call putting Steelers Ravens on Sunday?
Right is subjective, but I understand it. It is 2 seasons on the line when you talk about the Steelers and the Ravens, win or go home. You're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers with Aaron Rodgers in a win or go home situation. Yeah, put that on Sunday night. I get it. Selfishly, obviously, I want to see the Niners on Sunday night. But even though it is for the 1 seed, people are like, oh, it's for the 1 seed. First, I get that. But nobody's season is ending on Sunday in Santa Clara.
I thought at first the Niners-Seahawks game probably should have been the Sunday night game, but just looking at it more, having an elimination game where someone said, at like your last game of the regular season, that's probably where you got to go.
Yeah,
like you said, the Steelers too. Could be Rodgers' last game.
Yeah.
Who knows what's happening with Mike Tomlin if they miss the playoffs?
But you're talking about, I get it. That could have been on Saturday night, especially with the 49ers playing on Sunday night.
That's a good point too.
And so it's a super short week again. And that to me is where it was slightly disrespectful, because I think all eyes are glued to the best football game. The best football game is 49ers Seahawks.
We're talking short week for the 49ers, but doesn't every team every year someone's going to have to deal with that, no? Because like you get the Saturday game, some of them like Christmas, whatever.
Yeah.
The killer about it though is And James, I'll ask you: Is that an NBC decision or an NFL decision?
Oh no, it's gonna be NFL. I mean,
So-
it's probably in conjunction with our partners, but yeah, I mean, the NFL decides, just like the NBA decides.
So, but I would, because the only reason I ask is because for like playoff games, the networks decide. It's like a draft.
Yeah.
They decide what game they want. I think they always say CBS has, or at least in the past, CBS has the number one pick. That's how Cowboys 49ers ended up being on Sunday afternoon that year.
Yeah, league office gets to pick the Sunday night game.
But
Gotcha.
isn't NFC is on Fox, AFC is on CBS, and then the split, the combo games where NFC is playing AFC, it goes back and forth.
I think when the NFL or whatever want to flex games like Monday night, CBS and Fox have first hand which games they want to keep, I believe. Like if it's Cowboys Niners that week, like you're not going to flex that to Monday night. CBS is keeping that one or whatever network has it that week.
And I think wild card weekend, I think they try to stay traditional with that, but I feel like wild card weekend, the network, all I know is the CBS chose Cowboys Niners. That year they played in Dallas on the wild card weekend.
Yeah.
So that game was on CBS, Nance and Romo, and that's NFC, right? That should be on Fox. But
for the playoffs, I think it's different.
Yeah. And I think it's just wild card because once you get in divisional and obviously conference championship, you got to go with where you're aligned with the station. But I think wild card, I think they do get an opportunity to choose. But I only ask that because if I'm NBC, once again, it's the Steelers. That's the X factor here. It's the Steelers and it's Rodgers. If it was Tampa Bay and Carolina, that game's not going on Sunday Night Football.
Disgusting. Got issues with the Buccaneers, by the way. But
that should be the day game on Saturday.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
No, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're playing at 1:30 on Saturday, right before.
Like SVP2, like I don't know if it's because it was already announced, but SVP2 leads to show with like, oh yeah, Ravens, Steelers lost today. Like he's talking Aaron Rodgers and stuff. So it's probably the bigger story right now.
I think so too.
I guess, but I'm here for better football. Like I get like on Tuesday night, the Kings were supposed to play on NBC. It's an 8:00 game against the Clippers. Well, NBC said no, thank you, and they bumped the Kings. And they're going Lakers Pistons.
Much better game.
A much better game. And at 7:30. Somehow they got a 30-minute break there. I don't know what's going on.
Give me the 8 p.m. I'm good with the 8 p.m.
The 8 p.m. games are horrible.
Well, you got it. Yeah, you got
when you got a radio show the next morning and you still have to do post-game, press coverage.
But it's great for me when I'm in bed about to go to sleep watching basketball. I don't know, James. I don't know.
In bed is crazy. Lights off. I love it. The one thing I'll say, and then we'll get back to the phone lines, is when you talk about, Jesse, you brought up a good point. I think, James, maybe you said it too. Ravens, Steelers on Saturday night. Now that I know you're having a Saturday night, because before I thought it was just the only prime time you were going to have was on Sunday. Yeah, it should go to the Steelers. But you got 2 prime times that weekend. Yeah, put them on Saturday, not only because you have that slot, but also because the Ravens are now getting an extra day rest.
Yeah.
You could have put the Steelers would have been on short rest, but they would have been at home. And you would have put the Ravens on a regular day, a regular game day. And you would have been able to give the Seahawks and the Niners regular rest as well by putting them on Sunday night. Now you get them on short rest for no reason at all. And you give the Ravens an extra day for no reason at all because they played on Saturday the other night. So they could have put Steelers Ravens on Saturday night, but I understand why it's Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
I saw that coming.
And as somebody who has to cover that game on Sunday, the Kings play the Bucks. I would prefer to have that.
Yeah.
Like for me, it works out great.
So
like I can watch the game on
I
Saturday
get to go to
night.
the game on Sunday. I wasn't going to go if the Niners were playing. I was not going to, but I will be there to see Giannis, who's back and fighting people. NBA getting feisty. We'll talk about that either today or tomorrow. But NBA getting feisty. Somebody said Bucks Panthers. They said, hey man, just play this tomorrow, man. Let's get this out
you need to move Bucks Panthers to Canton, Ohio. Play it at the Hall of Fame game stadium. All right, and just get it over with.
This is not good.
How do you lose to Quinn Ewers and mess up my draft pick?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Let's go back to the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. Let's hear from Florida Man. Is that Florida Man still on with us?
I hope so. It's either gonna be a real call or a trick one. Let's see.
Florida.
What's up, James?
What's happening?
What's up, man?
Hey, long-time listener, long-time caller. I just figured I'd give myself a nickname so y'all remember. This is Tanner. I know we talked before.
I do remember
Tanner.
Tanner.
Yeah, shout out Tanner.
Yeah, shout out Tanner. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Hey, man, I want to first to TC's comment about talking about Kings and Niners because I'm a diehard fan of both. For sure can say absolutely as an East Coast sports fan, which sucks, by the way. Don't move to the East Coast anytime soon. I would much rather spend my time watching a Niners game right now than staying up until 1:30 in the morning watching the Kings game. So if that means anything, let me just throw that out there. But then secondly, about last night's game, this might be a long shot and a bold take, but I feel like last night's game was the most comfortable that I've seen Brock play. And I know that might be a bold statement, but given the circumstances that we see Brock in right now, Debo's gone, Ayuk's gone, Kittle was out, Trent was out, all these players are gone, and yet last year we saw teams struggle with Debo out, and now we see Brock slinging it very comfortably to players who are capable, but just aren't the big name players that you see around the league. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah,
lastly, to comment on the defense, I know last night was the offensive game, but I would love to see a turnaround come Saturday. That D-line hopefully steps up and can quicker decisions getting to the quarterback.
My man Tanner, appreciate you, big dog. Yeah, shout and TC, my dog. That's my guy. But he a one-man wolf pack on this one. This is
that was insanity. I'm sorry, that was insanity. Just even as a neutral sports fan observer, I don't get that at all.
He is a one-man wolf pack. He is the only one that in that situation is choosing the Kings over the 49ers, if you're a fan of both. Although you always get those situations where, like, say the Niners and the Kings did play on Sunday at damn near the same time. There'd be 15,000 in the Go to One Center. And there would be people in there that are Niner fans wearing their Brock Purdy jersey, watching on their phone, all this other stuff.
Okay, but TC's going to the game fair, but if you're watching at home and you only have one TV, or just say, yeah, I know it's 2025, we all got 10 of them in our house, but you got one TV, like, which game are you watching? TC's going Kings versus Clippers.
Clearly.
Or Kings Bucks, whatever it is.
I remember years ago, I was covering a game at Arco, and it was 49ers Packers on a Sunday night. 6 o'clock start. Kings start at 6. Game start at the same time. And it was a bummer because it was like, and it was kind of like pre-iPad where you could stream the game. So now I would just bring an iPad and have it sitting there next to me, streaming the game while watching, the game in front of me. But, and certainly that's what I'll do probably on Sunday. I'll have the iPad going with whatever game is going. I guess maybe Steelers and, I guess it will have to be Steelers and
no Lamar.
We don't know.
Oh,
right now it's like, hey, right now it seems the conversation is Lamar could play, but do you want to go away from the hot hand? It's Tyler Huntley right now. Which is kind of weird because it's Lamar Jackson, and I wonder if there's something more to that. But.
I'm much more interested. I mean, I love win or go home anyway, but I'm much more interested in that game if Lamar plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. The crazy thing too. Again, TC wants to talk about coaching and stuff like that, and throw shade on Shanahan. That's fine, but between him and Robert Saleh, they came up with that play on the last play of the game. I don't know if you saw the video. Somebody posted a video and explained they dropped 8 men in coverage. They had a 2-man rush and then a third guy spying to make sure that Caleb Williams didn't try to run it in. And it was incredible.
Yeah.
Like watching that, I will say that there were like 5 guys hiding in the corner. And if that was a better pass, it probably would have been caught for a touchdown and the 49ers would have lost.
Yeah.
But still, the design of the play, and then to have one of the guys peel off and attack him once he got outside the pocket, it was like, man, that was just an incredible design. And Caleb Williams had no idea where to go.
No, and it was a hell of a call at the perfect time because he didn't have many of them in that game. But when he needed it, They made a play. He made a call. Did you see? I think it's DJ Moore. Did you see him open on the other side of the end zone?
Yeah, that was tough. I don't know. Yeah.
No,
if I'm Caleb Williams, I got like 5 49ers in my face, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Come run to this side.
I was about to say, I was
Yeah.
going to ask you, so who's at fault? Like, I wouldn't say it's Caleb because he's all the way on the other side.
Yeah,
of
he's
the field.
dealing with his own
But
thing.
DJ,
Plays in
where
front
you
of his
can't
face.
just
Yeah, you
stand
can't.
there in the corner. Like,
brother, come run this way. Come get in my peripheral vision at least.
Yeah.
wide open and it was for like 7 seconds he was open.
Yeah.
Like he was open for a long time. But I thought that was fantastic. I thought there was a great, this is why he's one of the GOATs to me. Kyle Shanahan on that last play. I'm sitting there, the Niners have a timeout left. And I'm sitting there, you can see it on the IG stories. It's still up for a little while because I basically, the things that I would tweet when I have time, when I have the ability, I just do it on my IG stories. So you can see it in real time. You can see my facial expressions. You can go through every emotion with your boy. So I did that for the final play. And I was like, I would have called timeout. Like the clock has already stopped. Let me see what the offense is lined up with. And I'm going to call a timeout if I'm Shanahan to get, all right, I see how they're lined up. This is how we want to defend it or whatever. But Kyle said after the game, and it was brilliant on his part, and he's 100% correct, he was going to call a timeout. But he looked at the Bears, and they were a little discombobulated. They were a little flustered. Caleb wasn't exactly sure where everybody was supposed to be lined up. They weren't sure. So he said, no, I'm going to let it play. I'm going to let it play. Because if I call a timeout, that'll give them an opportunity to calm down, get the things that he said, I'm going to let it play. And that might have been the fact, because if you go back and look at that last play, I think the play clock is winding down, and they got like Caleb, it's not that they didn't know anything they were about to do, but they weren't 100% locked in. And Kyle was like, I was about to call a timeout. Then I saw that, and I said, no, I'm not going to call a timeout. I mean, that's, to me, I don't want to make too much of it, but that's top level coaching. That's being aware of everything that's going on.
Well, he has a feel for the game.
Yes.
And he's watching what's happening. And I know people get upset all the time, like with coaching decisions, but a lot of it is feel. A lot of it is like, you have no idea if a player is going to hit 4 straight shots in an NBA game, if he's going to hit the 5th as a coach, but you can start seeing things, and you can see the way the defense is playing a player and all that stuff. So much of it is feel. And I know people get upset all the time about like in-game coaching decisions. And I'm like, first of all, it's going so fast. Like the game is moving so fast that like there isn't a bunch of play calls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like when you're trying to make a really smart decision in the right moment, it's not always the one you think. And you think, again, like how many times has the Kings thought, oh, we've got closers, and realistically, you go away from your game plan in the final 4 minutes and you lose almost every time because you go to this idea of closers. So I'm watching Shanahan and just like watching him pick apart like what and he's been there. He's been there a lot in those situations where, again, Ben Johnson's first year head coach. He's been in the league for a long time, but you have a better feel than he does. And I think he knew what his team had. And he also knew that he was going to throw something at Caleb Williams that he had never seen before. And you're like, all right, let's go ahead and run with it. If he's not 100% locked in, if he's a little frantic, then we'll throw some crazy curveball at him and see how he deals with that. And he didn't deal with it well. And that's why they won.
Obviously, I'm a big Kyle Shanahan supporter. I believe in him as a coach and the way that he goes about things. But it's interesting, when people say, "Oh, in those moments he, doesn't have a good clock management, or he doesn't do this good, or whatever." Like they want him and every other coach to succeed 100% of the time. Like let's just say the situation like last night, close games, all this. Let's say Kyle has been involved in, off the top of my head, 15 of them in his career. And he's been successful in 11 of them. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But they'll point out the 4 where he wasn't successful as a reason as to why he's not a good coach or why he's not good in the clutch. Like nobody is good 100% of the time.
He's also real quick jumped to the top odds for Coach of the Year.
He did.
Yeah. He's above Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald, Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, and Sean Payton.
He went from 4 to 1. Then,
yeah, he jumped those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, look, I was thinking about this earlier today. I don't think there's one game this season where they've played with the majority of their top players together. Not one game. In the first game of the season, Kittle left in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
He left after the first drive, maybe the second drive. After that, Pearsall's been out. Juwan Jennings has been hurt. Brock Purdy has been hurt. Obviously, Warner, Bosa, Michael Williams, the first-round pick, has been out.
Ayuk never played.
Juwan Jennings, I think I already said him. He's missed time.
There were rumors that Ayuk was going to play week 1. And then, by week 6, he should be back. I mean, we drafted him and stashed him on IR in my fantasy football league.
I think Kyle Shanahan, regardless of what happens on Saturday, should be the coach of the year. Will he get it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the game on Saturday is for the coach of the year.
Yeah, that's possible.
And if he loses, maybe he doesn't get it. I think he's done as good of a job coaching. And this is coaching what he's doing, managing, positioning players, making sure people are ready. Next man up is ready and informed and prepared to go. He has done a fantastic job of coaching this year. And I think he's done the best job in the league. So
I agree.
We'll continue to talk about the 49ers. We'll talk a little bit more about the Kings and their weekend. We've got Jay Gadon pulling up on us at about 1:30. There's another guy. I don't want to put too much pressure on him. I don't want to put the name out there because he's a busy man. But might pull up us. Might have another guest pulling up on us at about 1 o'clock. But either way, KC, Ham, we're here the whole time, man, till 2 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Jesse, I'm going to text you.
Man, with this receiving core, it's amazing that they've had this many passing yards.
Yeah.
What's happening, everybody?
Securing, maybe so, man. Vrabel's done a really good job. McDonald's done a good job. Liam Cohen, who I'm not a big fan of, he's done a really good job, though. He's got those guys playing really good right now. My man, D'Amico Ryans has done a really good job this year.
Yeah. Yeah, but their record isn't good enough.
You want to answer this now or on this show?
No, let's talk about it on the show.
Oh boy.
I know it's not happening here probably, but the Trae Young stuff's starting to heat up.
Yeah, aren't they winless since he came back?
Yeah, but there's a tweet out today saying the Hawks are pretty much making it known or moving the runway or something like that to trade him before the deadline. It's like he's getting traded.
Yeah, I threw that in the rundown.
It's not happening, man.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. This may be a task here, Jesse. Trying to find this email. Actually, I know where it's at. It's just going to take a while. Remember, he got that crazy.
Scott Perry was on the Basketball Genius podcast this weekend, Scooter? Or is it old? That's crazy.
What did he say? Did he say anything?
I don't know. Oh, I mean, he's saying the same thing he's always said, I'm sure.
Zach LaVine is not a number one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a total mess, and it happens, but
Okay. Here we go. Bro's got to just get like butcherboy@gmail.com.
my laptop is bogging today.
No, that sounds like a flag. I don't know. It just didn't sound right. Jesse. What'd you say?
I said my laptop is bogging today.
I don't know what this sound. Back here on ESPN 1320, it's KC and Ham. We'll be here till 2 o'clock today. And then once again, for the last show of 2025 on ESPN 1320 airwaves, again tomorrow, 10 to 2, as we gonna have some, I'm big on like end of the year type stuff, like year ending type stuff. So maybe we'll put together some awards for tomorrow,
or maybe some New Year's resolutions.
I'm not big on resolutions.
We could have resolutions for 49ers and Kings.
49ers resolution, New Year's resolution, win the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Kings
I mean,
resolution, draft a star.
Did this week, this weekend, did it change your idea whether the 49ers are a true contender or not?
So I'm glad you asked that. The short answer is yes, they're a contender. They are absolutely a contender. They can win the Super Bowl. This year, they can win the Super Bowl with this team, with this defense. They can win the Super Bowl this year. So that's the short answer. The interesting thing about it is we talk about the defense, and we see that on full display last night, and that it wasn't good. It just was not good. Like, I had no faith in them at any point last night to get a stop, to be able to get enough stops to win that game. Ironically, they did. I said maybe in the second quarter, no, at the start of the second half, I said first team to 2 stops wins the game. Essentially, the Niners got 2 stops because they kept them out of the end zone and forced the field goal, which set them up to be able to take the lead. But they got a field goal, and then they got the last stop at the end. So that's 2 stops,
yeah.
Yes. But I didn't have confidence in that. But here's the thing. This NFL playoffs is so wide open. Anybody can win. Every combination of Super Bowl participants is on the table, except for maybe the Bucs or the Panthers. That would be if the Bucs or the Panthers made the Super Bowl, that would be the one where I'd be like, I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, because I think it was something like if the 49ers finish 5th, they would play the Panthers. As of today, they would play the Panthers in the first round, in the wild card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
For sure.
Yeah, that's
the only, and I say those 2 teams because it isn't decided yet, but the NFC South winner, that's the one team in the playoffs on each conference that I'm like, nah, they got no shot. Anybody else? They all, what we got?
even
7 on each side, 14 teams.
Yeah, the Jags have like all of a sudden become a much better team. You're like, huh?
They might be playing the best football in the entire NFL.
No, that's true.
Like they're playing fantastic right now. And I look at it with the Niners, I was like, yeah, they can go. Absolutely, they can go. Their offense is, Kyle Shanahan is in his bag right now. He is locked in. You combine that with how Brock Purdy is playing football right now, that offense is going crazy. And it's not really this explosive offense where they can, from the 80-yard line, they might take it to the house. It's not that, but it is unbelievably efficient and methodical every time. Like they just keep getting first down after first down after first down and into the end zone every single drive for like the past month. And they're locked in right now. And yeah, they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was watching this weekend and I'm like, okay, like clearly Drake May is probably at this point the leading MVP candidate.
I still got Matthew Stafford.
Okay. But
that's 1 and 2.
But if Stafford is the third team in the NFC West, then he's not the MVP. I mean, that's not the way the league works. It really does depend best player, best team, right? I don't know what that means for this season because I think Drake May has been absolutely spectacular. But then all of a sudden I'm looking at Christian McCaffrey's numbers and he's almost at 1,200 yards. He's at 17 touchdowns. He's at 890 yards receiving. He has a potential to go for a 1,000 season, but he's already over 2,000 all-purpose yards. And his team has a potential to be the best team in the NFC, and all of these injuries and all these other things, you start to add up. And I'm starting to think that, okay, maybe he is an MVP candidate at the last minute. And I mean, he's been great all season long. Again, the yards per carry aren't there, but outside of that, you can attribute a lot of that to the injuries that have happened. But the way he's closing out this season is just incredible. Yeah. And he's got to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, put him in the convo. They're not giving it to a running back. But his impact has been unreal, and the numbers are there. I know, not that they scoff at it. They don't scoff at it. But whenever I bring this up with Jesse and Damien, I think I'll just say it carries more weight with me than it does maybe other people. But this potential of 1,000 for Christian McCaffrey, I don't think that should be sneezed at. It'll be the 4th time in the history of the game.
And only it would be the second time that one player did it twice.
Yeah, or the first time. Nobody's ever done it twice.
Yeah, the first time that anyone's ever done it twice. Yeah. I mean, he's been incredible, and like consistency and the touchdowns and the incredible amount of overall carries, the touches. He's at 403. Well, no, that's his career high is 403 with Carolina. He's at 399. I mean, that's wild. Yeah. Like right now, 2 years, well, not last year, the season before, 2023, the year he put up 1,459 rushing yards and 564. He had 339 touches and led the league. He's 60 touches ahead of that with a game left. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think James in the chat, James Tyree in the chat says he's 100 yards away from it. I don't think he'll get the 1,000. Like, I don't think he'll get a 100-yard receiving game on Saturday.
Yeah, he needs 109, I think it is. 110.
Yeah, he's just gonna miss that. But what a season! What a season from Christian McCaffrey. And here is the interesting thing about sports, and I equate this to like what I'm seeing with this 49ers team. This 49ers team is not the best team in the Kyle Shanahan era. I think 2023 is the best. I'd probably go 2019 after that. And maybe you put this team after that. You might even go 2022 because that's the year Brock came in. Yeah, I'd probably go that team where Brock came in and they went to the NFC Championship game and ripped up his elbow and stuff like that. In the Shanahan era, this might be the 4th best team that he's had, but this might be the one that gets it done.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You never know. Like that's the crazy thing about it. Like you go back to, I look at the Chiefs and the obviously they have 2 other Super Bowl championships, but that team that won the Super Bowl the last time that beat the 49ers in overtime, that wasn't the best Chiefs team.
No, not even close.
Of that whole Mahomes era. That might have been 4th or 5th, but they They got it done. They played a certain style. They were opportunistic, and they won a Super Bowl. And sometimes it's not your best team. I think the Ravens team that beat the 49ers in 2012, that wasn't the best incarnation of that Ravens team. I think they were probably better the year before when the guy dropped the touchdown in the end zone against the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. But that's the team that won. And I think about this with the Niners. And trust me, for all the bravado and trash talking I do about the 49ers, it is fun and games. I am a nervous wreck. I have seen too much with the 49ers in this era to ever be confident that they're going to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't care what happens on Saturday. I don't care what happens in the playoffs. I will not believe they are winning a Super Bowl until Brock Purdy is on the podium hosting the Super Bowl. No, I won't. Can't get fooled again. Like
doing his dance.
Yeah, doing the Dougie. Yeah, that boy be in the Dougie. I see him. But
it's kind of like a country western version of a Dougie, isn't it?
Yeah, but it works.
Okay,
it works
it's like a line dancing Dougie. It does work. I don't know. I had a buddy who benched Drake May for our fantasy football Super Bowl to start Purdy.
Oh, that's a winner.
And somehow came out on top.
What did Purdy? I think I saw this randomly. Did he give somebody like 39 points?
Yeah, it was. But I think Drake May had 39.
Oh,
and I think Purdy actually went above that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
wild.
Crazy. But yeah, this could be the team. This could be the team. After everything that they've gone through, they've been the favorites a number of different times and weren't able to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
This team that nobody really even paid attention to until last night, it feels like. It's like when the Niners, or excuse me, when the Rams beat the Seahawks, the Seahawks beat the Rams. Everybody was like, yo, Seahawks, they got the pat, like they might be the number one seed. It's going to be Seahawks, Rams, NFC Championship. And I was sitting there like, you guys know this opens the door for the Niners to control their own destiny.
Oh, yeah.
Like they ain't got to worry about nobody else. They went out and they're going. And they just flew under the radar. And then last night, it felt like nationally, people were like, oh, this game's for the one seed. The Niners can be the one seed. What? Where did this come from? Yeah, we've been saying this. Look on the whiteboard. We've been saying it for 3 weeks. Like, yes. Yeah, the path was right there. And it just kind of snuck up on everybody all year long. And if this was the team, I'm dreaming really big right now. If this was the team to win the Super Bowl, that'd be crazy. That would be crazy. After everything that's gone on, it'd be crazy.
No, I agree. And I think, again, if you're going to be the one seed, that means you beat Seattle twice on the season. It means you beat the Rams once. The Cardinals,
might even have to be both
smacked around a couple
times.
of times. You're going to have to beat one of them again, at least.
Yeah.
And so the path isn't easy, but same time, I'm here for it. This has been a fun season, and it's something that was unexpected. I mean, they were so bad last year. And you thought, okay, they're going to have a bounce back season. They're not going to be as bad. And their schedule is a last place schedule, super simple, right? Like all they have to do is take care of business. But that's not easy for a 17-game schedule. And, like the way that they've gone from a 6-win team last year to a 12-win team this year, but without Bosa, without Warner, without Brock Purdy for 7 games or whatever it was. Well, it's 8 games without Ricky Pearsall for 6 games, without Brandon Ayuk at all. Like, it's really, really been impressive. And, the one real bummer about Trent Williams getting hurt, he hadn't missed a game all season.
Yeah.
Most games he's played in since he's been a 49er. And now you're like, man, you almost have to like really, really push for the win over Seattle so you can get the first round bye. So Trent has an extra week to get healthy. And I don't know if he will be able to get healthy. I mean, at 37, watching him walk off the field in slow motion, like just not good at all. But man, he's been phenomenal. And again, you had somebody step in and play really well. And at the end of the day, that's what it's got to be about this season. This entire season has been about next man up for the 49ers, and it's one hit after another. So like, how do you do when all the chips are down and you're playing with a bunch of guys who shouldn't be there, who shouldn't be playing, 50 snaps, because that wasn't the plan coming into the season, but that's the situation you're in. Really, really crazy stuff.
I'm looking at my man 57. What's my man's name? Luke who?
Oh man,
Luke Gifford.
Luke Gifford.
Yeah.
Shout out Luke Gifford. I'm looking at him in crunch time. Garden Loveland. Like what? Chase Lucas is out there. Darrell Luter is out there.
Yeah, Bethune
is out there.
You're like
Robinson's getting snaps at middle. Like,
yeah.
I'm watching these guys every single game, and bless their heart, because they're out there doing everything they can. We're talking about, at this point, we're talking about third string guys and practice players, special teams guys that are asked to step in and stop one of the most dynamic offenses in the game in crunch time. And they're battling. And I said this on Sports Sunday last night. This is one of my favorite 49er teams ever. I have enjoyed the fight that this team has, the toughness, the physical and mental and emotional toughness that this group has had. And however this thing ends, however it ends, this is one of my favorite 49er teams of all time, man. They've done some really cool stuff this year.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's just one of those seasons where it's just so unexpected. And anything you get from here on out is just like, man, what a fun ride.
Yeah.
Because it should not have been this way. I mean, again, you can take the last place schedule and throw it out there and say, well, that's a big reason.
And last place, but and sorry to cut you off, but that is when the season started. If you look at, I think, and both of these numbers went up because they played each other last night. But going into last night, I think the Bears and the Niners are both top 5 in easiest schedule as far as win percentage against. Going into that game, once again, they're probably out of the top 5 now after playing each other. But I think the easiest schedule in the game has been the Patriots.
Yeah,
I think they were number 1. I had it with me somewhere, but the Patriots were number 1. I think the Bears might have been 3rd. The Niners were 5th with easiest, win percentage against. But man, you still got to play the games. And the one thing that I think about with all this stuff, you talk about the defense and how the defense isn't good and all this other stuff. And I don't think it's getting better. There's nobody really coming back. Like maybe you get Renardo Green back, you get Upton Stout back. Those things happen. But for the most part, like this is what you're going to be dealing with, unless you get Fred Warner back at some point. I think Fred is going to try and make a way to come back if they get into these playoffs and make a run. But I feels like every game is its own separate entity. Every game. Like we saw 40 or 45, 38 game or whatever it was, 42-38 last night. The game on Saturday might be 21-17. Like the every game has been its own game throughout the league this year. Throughout the league. It's just been what happens on that day. That's what it feels like, at least. The Bears the Saturday before, what was that, a 16-6 game for most of the time against the Packers? They weren't going up and down the field in that game. And then the Packers, their defense is really good. They play on Saturday. They can't stop the run. They can't stop Derrick Henry. Give up 34 points.
Jesus.
So every game seems to be its own separate entity. And I think about that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I'm looking, like, coming into the season, the 49ers had a .415 strength, opponent, strength of schedule, like super easy. Their combined 2024 record was 120 and 169. Those are the teams you played, and they only had 4 scheduled games against playoff teams. Like, if you go through the schedule this year, because you play Seattle twice, because you play the Rams twice, like what it looked like at the beginning of the season and what it looks like today is something totally different, because you've got Seattle playoff team, Jacksonville playoff team, the Rams playoff team, Bucks, we're going to say playoff team, the Texans playoff team, the Rams again playoff team, the Panthers playoff team, and then you add that, you beat the Colts, who were going to be a playoff team, but you got the Bears playoff team, and then on top of that you finish with Seattle.
So
So
what's that, like 9 of your
9.
18 games? So half of your games against playoffs.
Yeah, so the strength of schedule at the beginning of the season where you're only playing 4 teams that made the playoffs last year versus what your schedule actually looked like, yeah, it's totally different.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Very impressive.
And you just talk about that just in general, but then you combine the fact of the health thing, and it's like, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Like you get into health, the way the health situation has been, and the Giants game isn't even anything that you feel good about.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, all right, we got Mac Jones and Luter out there. No disrespect to Luter, he's fine, but he's had a rough go of it every now and then, especially in that Colts game. But yeah, like the injury situation has been.
Yeah, I mean, you had
crazy.
Mac Jones throwing 300 yards over 2 games to Kendrick Bourne. Like, what in the world? Like, wait, first of all, what is Mac Jones doing throwing passes? Number 2, how did you even get Kendrick Bourne on your team? Just crazy.
The Mac Jones era of this season is crazy. Mac Jones went into LA on a short week and won, threw for like 300 some yards.
Well, and shout out to him too, because a lot of those games were without Pearsall. Jawan Jennings was so beat up he could hardly. You remember he had like a shoulder issue, ribs,
up, yeah.
an ankle issue, a high ankle sprain. Just kept going out there because he had this incentive-laden contract that based on games played. And I mean, Kittle missed a ton of time early on. And a lot of that was Mac. And like really, really good job by Mac Jones to keep this thing on its rails.
Nah, for sure, man. So just really, really happy for this group, man, and the way that they've been able to play and respond. And it's been a heck of a season, man. It's been a heck of a season, heck of a coaching job by Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. And yeah, they're not done. They're not done.
Hey, I want to give a huge shout out to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Well,
they did the right thing. Like, I know it was like a really odd moment in the middle of the game where they're talking about why am I drawing a blank on their star defensive end?
Max Crosby.
Oh, Max Crosby.
Yeah, that was
Max
crazy.
Crosby didn't want to shut it down and have knee surgery, so he's at home like playing basketball at his home court. Like, hey, I'm fine. But it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, the thing that the Raiders have been missing for the last, I don't know, 5 years, but realistically a lot more than that, is a franchise quarterback. They had to get the first or second pick in this year's draft. And as of this week, going into the final week of the season, they're the only 2-win team in the league, and they're the number 1 pick in the draft. They have to have it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What would you do with that number 1 pick?
I would assess the quarterbacks. I would look at every single game they've ever played. I would have long, long conversations with both of them, and then I'd decide which one is the best. Like, you gotta put it on your scouting team, on your group of people to make the right decision. But I'm gonna put it in the experts' hands because I don't know which of those quarterbacks is best. Plus, like, when you interview people, like I've said this a million times, like some of the worst interviews I've ever done with pre-draft stuff where you just walk away like, seriously, like, did your agent like not prep you at all? Do you not know what's happening here? What you're doing? Like, you can win an audience with, a pre-draft, not only a workout, but then the conversations that you have there.
Yeah.
And I would let one of these quarterbacks show me that they're the right guy. And I know the 49ers did that years ago with Alex Smith versus Aaron Rodgers, and it did not work out that well for them. But at the same time, like, you got to do your best to find a franchise guy, a guy who you think can lead your team going forward. Because watching what we've seen this season from Geno Smith, it's just been absolutely horrific.
Ooh.
And there's one thing to say, hey, Pete Carroll shouldn't be back. Geno shouldn't be back at all. Like, I mean, he was absolutely atrocious this season. And you can say, well, the talent and all that stuff, like, yeah, build the offensive line. I get it. But to get the number 1 pick in this year's draft and control your own destiny and find the right guy for your franchise is so paramount to that team, because they've been waiting for a couple of years here where they just keep using retreads, hoping to get through. And that's not how you build a franchise. Defensive line, offensive line, and quarterback play.
So everything you said is 100% right. I'll ask you the same question I asked like Jesse and Damon. Are the Raiders in a position to just take the quarterback that you think is the franchise guy? And what I mean by that is, should they build up that roster before you take a quarterback?
I mean, you should put money into it for sure, but at the same time, you probably still have Geno under contract for a couple of years now. So, like, go ahead if the first 6 weeks of the season you need to let Geno get beat up and then transfer to a younger quarterback, that's fine with me. But look at the way that some of these franchises are turning themselves around. Look at the Patriots. Look at the Broncos. Like, they went out, got their guy, and they're absolutely succeeding. Look at the Bears. Like, you need a franchise quarterback, and, again, using retreads and third-round picks, sixth-round picks, whatever it is. Like, the 49ers just flat out got lucky that Brock Purdy is this guy. They did. Like, you took him with the last pick in the 7th round. I mean, hundreds of people got drafted before Brock Purdy. The fact that he's this good is just a miracle, to be honest.
The thing about it, though, James, is all those examples, those teams, those rosters were worked on before they got the quarterback.
Yeah.
And you talk about like the Alex Smith example, like that Niners team was awful.
Mm-hmm.
And my bad. I see Jesse. That's why he's super producer. That's why.
What are you doing with him?
That's why he's super producer. But I'll lay out why. I don't know, man. I think you might need to think about trading it, getting other assets before you think about the quarterback. But I'll talk about it on the other side, as Damien hates when people say that. On the other side, here on KC and Ham on ESPN 1320. I feel like I had just looked at the clock and it was like 46.
Then I started talking.
Well, like it was like a minute ago. I felt like I was at 46. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the Raiders have to attack the offensive line. I get that, but they have specialty players. They've got a running back. They've got a great tight end. They've got a second tight end. You can't keep wasting first-round picks on tight ends. That's something that's not worked out. But I think that they can spend money on the offensive line and try to make it better. They can spend money on the defensive line and try to make it better. The rest of it, I think, can fall into place. Can't keep going out there with horrific, bad quarterback play.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. What was that about? Oh, okay. Geno Smith, 19 touchdowns, 17 interceptions on the season. He's been sacked 55 times. Leads the NFL.
Yeah, it's like a chicken and the egg situation. Because Geno wasn't that bad in Seattle when they had a defense and they had an offensive line. It's probably a little bit of both, right? Like, he's not good if they can't protect him, and also they can't protect him because he's not that good. So, a little bit of both.
Yeah, tough, man. I don't know. He had a couple of big seasons in Seattle, like you talked about, but you're talking about a 35-year-old guy who just, like, how many mistakes, just straight up mistakes did he make this year? Yeah, Michael Freger and Geno holds on to the ball as well. Yeah, that's why you have 55 sacks. Like, I get it, but tough. Yeah, I think any Bucs trade would have to include Kuzma. Now, there are ways in which trading for Kuzma is fine and ways in which trading for Kuzma is not.
Matter of fact, Amber, let's dive in.
All right.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. That'd be funny. I'm like 100% against trading Brock Purdy, or excuse me, Mac Jones. Like if we were like, oh, trade him, like, no. Mac is under contract. I expect him to be a 49er next year. But if the Raiders are like, we'll take Mac Jones, you get Max Crosby, yeah, I'll make that move.
Yeah.
I'll make that move.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mac. We appreciate everything you did. Wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors.
Leezy, okay, so the Kings loved Michael Porter Jr. coming out of the draft. They were willing to take him number 2 overall, and his agent held out forever, giving teams his medicals.
Man. Oh, it's story time. No, story time. Let's hold on to it.
You mean wait for the?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll discuss.
I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah.
What you're about to say. Back here, ESPN 1320. KC and Ham on this Monday afternoon, this foggy Monday afternoon in Sacramento, California. We're in Roseville, but still.
I had no fog on the way down.
No.
And then I got here, and then all of a sudden the fog like rolled in.
Man,
I'm like, what is
fog
happening? I think you brought it with you.
Maybe so.
From the Grove.
Yeah. It was definitely in Elk Grove, so it was heavy, but it's all the way out here in Roseville now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a little time away from the 49ers. We potentially, I'll just say we're chasing down our guy, Butcher Boy. I want to hear from him after a night like last night. He's a busy man, so it's up in the air whether or not he's going to pull up with us. But if he does, that's going to be a treat. We for sure are going to have our guy Jay Gadon at about 1:30. So we'll definitely get back into the football talk, into the 49ers talk, everything that's going on there. But all right, man, let's talk Kings, man.
Let's talk Kings.
Let's do it. No, I hate being like that because I love the Kings. I love the Kings. And I talked about how excited I was to see the beam lit in the sky on Saturday night.
Yeah.
After they beat the Mavericks Saturday afternoon. That came out of nowhere. I was running around out here in Roseville at the grounds for this Made Hoops tournament. I was watching that and watching the kids, watching the young guys play and everything. And I was like, oh yeah, Kings played at 2 today. Hey, all right. Well, let me see what the score is. Oh, look, it was up by like 12. I said, oh, Kings gonna get a win tonight. Keon Ellis getting buckets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Hitting threes left and right. Maxine still doing his thing. So I was happy to see that. They won, and I was pretty sure they were not going to win last night. Pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I was pretty convinced going into last night's game too. I think the Mavs game, it was fun to watch. There was this moment in the third quarter where Cooper Flagg just like showed you who he was, and it was like, holy cow. All of a sudden he started playing at a speed that was totally different than anything he had done before, like in that game. Like, it was like he was kind of missing early on, wasn't really a part of everything, and then all of a sudden he just takes over the game. Like my takeaway from that was that the Dallas Mavericks are doing a tank job completely. And when they went to their bench, all of a sudden they just pulled ahead. And their bench was just so much better. Like if they were to put a Klay Thompson around Cooper Flagg, if they were, they just have better players on their bench than they do in their starting lineup. And so for me, I was watching, again, like PJ Washington started, Max Christie started, Daniel Gafford, Ryan Nembhard. When they went to their bench, they were just way better. The Dwight Powell minutes were phenomenal. I thought he was excellent. Most of their bench players had plus minuses, and their starters were bad. But overall, again, you can't lose every game. And I know Kings fans there are a lot of people, our friend Mark Robertson in the chat and stuff. There's so much in on the tank, right? There's a way to tank, which is what Dallas just did. The Kings can't figure out how to play together, and they figured it out for one game, and then it slips right through their fingers. So I thought Keon Ellis at the table was absolutely spectacular early in the game. Goes 5 of 10 from 3. Defense was spot on. I think he had three steals and 2 blocks. Like, he's all over the court, and it fed into this whole thing of why is Keon not playing, and just got a bunch of people amped up. Russell Westbrook, I thought, was really, really solid. I thought Reynaud was really, really good. And we're seeing this team kind of take these steps. But then you get to Sunday's game, and it was like somebody hit them in the head with a hammer, and they just forgot how to play basketball. Like, that's the most frustrating thing. When you go into one game and you have 32 assists, and you go into the next game, and I think they finished with like 19, but 9 assists in the first half. And it's not even just that they're not playing well, it's that it's such gross basketball. Like, you're watching, just nobody's involved. Nobody's actually getting the ball's not moving. You had 21 of the first 41 shots in the first half. All of the shots in the first half, 21 of them were Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan. And there's times where it's like, hey, that's not a good shot. Or, okay, DeMar's just doing DeMar things. And then there are other times where you just stop the entire game. Like, there is no flow to this game at all. There's no sharing of the basketball. There's no passing. There's no player movement. Keon Ellis had, I think he had 8 shots in the first quarter on Saturday. He finished the game last night with 3 shots, or maybe it was 4. He took one at the end of the game. Just nobody passed it to him. And you're just sitting back going, man, this can't be it. Where one night you look one way and another night you just look like a team that doesn't know how to play together at all. But that's been this season in a nutshell. It's really frustrating to watch from one night to the next. And if you're asking me, are they going to win or are they going to lose? I have no idea. And I've never had a lack of feel for a team like I do with this team.
Let me, man, a lot there. You're spot on. I want to go back a little bit to Saturday, because I didn't get a chance to go to that game. You were there. What'd you think of Cooper Flagg, and who does he kind of remind you of? I know, like, I get a kick out of it when people are like, yeah, I don't want to compare the white guy to a former white guy. Like, no, I don't watch Cooper Flagg and think of Jerome Kersey. Like, no, he doesn't remind me. I'm not gonna just do
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. I'm not gonna just say a black guy just because, right? Like, yeah, I look at Cooper Flagg and somebody at the comp, he does remind me of Andre Kirilenko. Like, the way he plays. Kirilenko's he was a little lankier, a little longer and lankier, probably a better defender. But where he scores from, his athleticism, what he's able to do on the floor, it does kind of remind me of Kirilenko when he was doing his thing with the Jazz. But what do you see when you see Cooper Flagg?
Yeah, I mean, Kirilenko, I think, is longer for sure. And, like, Cooper Flagg has a way higher ceiling than Kirilenko. I loved watching Kirilenko. The Kings tried to get Kirilenko a couple of times back in the day, and it just never worked out. For me, I see a lot of Paul George. I do. I don't know that
he's that type of perimeter game.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be quite the defender that Paul George was in his prime, but I think he is going to be that type of player. And so it is tough, because you do always end up comparing, like, it's just dumb that we do it that way.
But it's
tough though,
yeah.
Right? It's because what you're seeing, like, I'm always watching, like, body mechanics, the way players move. And I know a lot of people got so upset, like, when I compared Keegan Murray's body mechanics to Marvin Williams. Still holds true. And hey, like, Marvin Williams was a good basketball player. He never reached the heights that he was supposed to reach at all. I think he's
number 2 pick.
Yeah, second pick in the draft. But still, you can see the mechanics of him. The way he moves is a lot still the same that I saw of Marvin Williams as a player. And that's what I see still from Keegan Murray. So when you're trying to compare, like, who is Cooper Flagg and what does he look like, I don't know. All I know is that when he started playing at a different pace, it was so noticeable. And the Kings were like, wait, what was that? Like, all of a sudden he was on a break and he went from half court to at the basket. And you're like, oh my goodness, like that, a guy that size, because he's a big guy, like 6'9", and for him to just be at the rim all of a sudden, it was super impressive. So he's got a lot of work to do on his shot and, balance, and having to be the guy who's playing 35 minutes a game as a rookie and be everything. But also, I don't think they're doing him any favors by running a bunch of guys out there that aren't as good as some of their bench players. Because I would rather see him play with a good group, and it feels like they're trying to reset that roster without saying they're resetting the roster.
Yeah, I gotta check him out. When you talk about like seeing a guy that is, maybe bigger than you realize when you watch him on TV.
Yeah.
That happened on that Tuesday when I saw Cade Cunningham. Me and my son were there. And we were just like, bro, what? This guy's a point guard? Cade Cunningham. I don't know what they list him as or whatever, but he looks like he's like 6'8", 220 pounds or something like that.
Yeah.
Like this guy's a point guard? You want Dennis Schroeder to match up with this guy? How does that work? And he had Cade had a move on whatever night that was against the Jazz that I'd never seen before. I had to rewind it. He did like some type of Euro cross, but not the Euro cross, a stutter with the right hand in for I had rewound it like 3 times. Still not sure what he did like that, but he's at 6'8" doing something like that on the break. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so Michael Fregren in the chat brings up Grant Hill. The flag reminds him of Grant Hill. Okay.
That's not bad. Somebody else had Keith Van Horn. That's a good look.
Yeah, I think
he's more athletic than Keith Van Horn.
I think he's way more athletic too. Yeah. And like, look, I think we're also in an era where players have been training to be this player for, since he was 7 years old or something. And so there's just a little bit different, like I think like he's going to develop. He's going to be a better player than he is today. But he's absolutely marvelous to watch. Like you're sitting there like, oh man, that's where you need to get with the Kings. Like fast forward to this summer, and hopefully they get a top 4 pick in the draft, and they're able to go grab one of these types of guys that are full-fledged game changer. And at least when you're watching the game, you're watching it with that in mind, that this is a development year, the year 2 development, year 3 development of this young star player that you're trying to bring along, as opposed to where the Kings are now, where, you're really hoping that a second round pick is developing fast in Max Brando. And Max is doing a great job of developing. Defensively, he's got all kinds of problems, but offensively, you're watching like a really, really high level, high basketball IQ, like finesse player. And you're trying to figure out, well, who does he look like? Is he going to turn into Vucevic? Are they going to, lean him down and keep him more in the vein of, Lauri Markkanen? How are they going to develop him? And that's sort of what I'm looking for and kind of excited to see. And this team in the past has had a really good idea of who they want to make a player into. And so I really like the development of Keegan Murray as a defensive player, but also physically, what they've done to him physically and helped him develop physically. I want to see what Max looks like after a summer. Yeah. Like, and so there's not that much to watch as of right now. Right. And that's tough.
And that's what I always go back to with Max, because I got a good idea of who he is today. Like, he's a good finisher around the rim, great touch around the rim for a guy his size. Mm-hmm. He's got that Rashawn Holmes floater game, kind of like becoming one of his patented shots when they dump it off to him, whether they're attacking or the pick and roll or whatever. He's got that. But I always say the things that I want to see him improve on and see if he can reach another level, I'm probably not going to find out till next year, because it's getting stronger. It's getting in the weight room. It's getting more physical. And that's tough to do in the middle of the season. That's going to be something that having an off season with the training staff and with the player development staff. And then maybe next year, a year after that, we'll come back and we'll see, okay, Max has improved on this or he hasn't. But right now he's doing all he can do, he's doing perfectly fine. Like, yeah, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from Max, but I know the things that I look at as weaknesses for him, I don't expect those to improve until an off season. You know what I mean? So
totally. And Doug Christie talked about that this weekend. Like, and it was more in line with Neek Clifford. They're asking Neek about Neek's shot from the perimeter. And And he said, look, at this point, if I have conversations with Neek about shooting stuff, it's very, very rudimentary. And it's about like, hey, I need you on balance. I need you to swivel to this direction. He's like, we won't touch his shot. We won't touch a huge portion of his game until this summer. That's not the time. What we don't want him doing is going out there and thinking about the 3-point shot that he's about to take. We just want him going out there and playing right now. And we're taking notes, and we'll have a whole idea of what we want him to do during the summer. But for right now, we're going to feed him little bits here and there and have him go up against, again, last night. You can't get better training than going up against Luka Doncic and then having to defend LeBron James. And it wasn't just Neek Clifford that had to do that. Max Reynaud got caught on switches multiple times against those guys. And he actually, for moments, he holds up. And you're like, okay, he's more of a perimeter defender than he is a post defender at this point in his career. And so, like, how do you develop him? And I think one of the things the Kings are doing that are so smart is playing him with Dylan Cardwell and then actually playing him with Precious Achiuwa. And if and when Sabonis ever comes back and he's ready to play, I want to see him with Domantas Sabonis. Can you play the 4? Can you play a 5? Well, Domas plays a 4. And I think giving him not only looks against different types of players that he's defending is a big deal, but also how is he going to play alongside different styles of players? And that's big. I mean, it's one thing if you get to play alongside Keegan Murray all the time, who stretches the defense and plays excellent defense on the other side. And so you're like, okay, I'm really safe with this player. I know he's going to give me some space, and he's also going to take, he's not going to let like free drives to the basket, like a wide open drive to the basket. But then when you've got a guy like Precious who can't stretch the floor nearly as well, and people don't trust him out there as a shooter, even though he's not a bad shooter, like he's not gaining the respect that a Keegan Murray does. It just adds all of these little pieces that I think, if one thing I would say, Max is processing things so much faster than almost any rookie that I've seen, because there are so many changes that are happening around him. And it's a big deal to try to learn how to take a pass from Russell Westbrook and then Dennis Schroeder and then Malik Monk. All of those are different players. They all pass the ball differently, and so you're sitting there trying to figure out how to play the pick and roll, but it's a pick and roll with 3 different styles of players that you're playing the pick and roll with. It's not the same. And so I really am impressed with his ability to process the information that's coming at him and like really show up. I mean, all the double doubles, he's got 5 double doubles, and this is a 2nd round pick. And he's playing like maybe the 12th pick in the draft at this point. And I fully expect him to like make the rookie sophomore game. And there's a good chance he's moving up. Like, I think he was number 8 on the rookie ladder on NBA.com. Like, he is moving up. People are noticing his play, and it's a consistency that he's playing with. Last night, picked up 3 fouls early because he's playing against superstars. And then he stopped picking up fouls. And you're like, hey, look at that. He's learning. Now, is he playing defense? It's not always the best, but that's the process that you need to go through. And the Kings are going to have it this year with this group of young players, and then next year with a high-level draft pick. And then you're hoping that you can start to develop something.
And that's when I talk about this season and how awful it is to watch Kings basketball on a night-to-night basis. I think this is exclusive to this year, mainly because, like you talked about, there isn't that one guy that we're kind of locked into and saying he might be the savior, or he might, be the building block that we build around. We love what we see from Maxime Reynaud. Neek Clifford is, he's had his moments up and down, really good on the defensive end, up and down on the offensive end. We like Keegan Murray and all this other stuff, but none of these guys are looked at as franchise saving in the way that a De'Aaron Fox was, or DeMarcus Cousins was, or anything else like that. That's going to happen next year, probably, if you have an AJ DeBonsta here. Yeah, the Kings might be 8-24 next year at this moment. But, man, what's AJ looking like? What's his development? Almost like how the Mavericks fans probably are with Cooper Flagg. Like, yeah, we're not good, but look at Cooper. He's getting better. And some of the things that you see him starting to understand about the NBA game, and you could project out to what he might be 2 years from now. We'll have that next year. We don't have that this year. We just got a bad team. Just a bad team of guys waiting for where their next landing spot is going to be.
Yeah, a lot of them are, and a lot of them are just like going out there and putting up stats, and it's a tough place to be in for a head coach. One of the questions we had during the break that we started to talk about was the Michael Porter Jr. situation. Michael Porter Jr. is a player that like very likely is getting traded by the Nets this season as they try to accumulate, pieces to their rebuild. And he was in the 2018 NBA draft, right? The Marvin Bagley draft. Yeah. And the Kings loved him, absolutely loved him. And they would have taken him number 2 overall. But his people held back his medicals forever. And this is a kid who, when he was at, or where was he at in college? Missouri.
For a game.
That's all he played?
That's all he played. I see in his first game, and that's where his back flared up in the first half of that game, and that was it.
So that was a problem. And the Kings waited and waited and waited for the medicals. And then when they finally hit, like the response I got from someone within the walls were, we wouldn't take him in the second round. And it was like, wait, what? Like, because if you remember draft night, he falls to number 14 and Denver is just sitting there. The Kings could have easily tried to move back in the draft and go get, if they thought that highly of him, if you were going to take him number 2 over Luka and you thought that highly of him, you probably should have got back in the draft. But they said the back issues were extreme. And sure enough, he doesn't play his rookie season. And the Kings had already just redshirted the year before Harry Giles, which we talked a little bit about earlier. But they got to this moment and it's like, oh no, he ended up having 3 back surgeries by the time he was 21. Yeah. And as a guy with a bad back, like that is like, you don't have surgery at 21 unless everything has gone horribly wrong. And so would I trade for him now at 27? No. Look at the mileage he has on the body. Like, is he going to break down? Yeah, he's going to break down. Like, I don't think that there's any question that he'll break down. And has he played a lot of games throughout his career? Sure. He had 77 games last year, 81 the year before, 62 the year before that. But then you get to the seasons where he plays 9 games. And when you're talking about a player who makes $40 million a year, that's just a really, really huge commitment to make to a player that isn't going to be available a good portion of the time, and who on top of that has some very interesting quirks off the court. And so I would not make that move if I were them. But again, this team does stuff all the time that like makes you shake your head.
Yeah, if it was a different type of contract, I'd consider it, but there's no need to go get a Michael Porter Jr. I was really big on him coming out of Missouri as well. And in high school, I mean, I looked at him before the back issues really, hampered him. I was like, yo, this guy's, he's not him per se, because this is an all-timer, but he's like a KD type guy. He was 6'11", could shoot it from 3, had perimeter skills. Like, he was the truth coming out of, I think he was out of Seattle or maybe Tacoma, one of the two. And I was all in on Michael Porter Jr. And then when the back started to become more of an issue, and I remember on draft day, they had the videos, which was tough to watch, for a guy on one of the biggest days of his life, where he couldn't barely walk down the steps. And it was like, yeah, I don't know how you go ahead and with the number 2 pick, take a Michael Porter Jr. But then, like you said, he started to fall, and it was like, well, man, trade back up. Give up one of those first rounders you had last year or a future or something. Take a chance with him since you already got one of your guys, and they never did. But while he's been a little bit more healthy than maybe we think, like a little bit more, like my first thought when Michael Porter Jr. comes to mind is like, oh, this guy never plays. He's had about 3 or 4 seasons now where he gets in there, which is about 70 games. So a little bit more than I give him credit for. It's still not enough for me to take a chance on him, especially at that price tag.
Yeah, they owe him $40 million next year. And I mean, it just depends. If you just want something different But I just don't think he's the something different. And I'll say the same thing. I don't think Kyle Kuzma is the something different this Kings team needs. I don't think John Collins is the something, especially at this point. Like, that's not what you need. What you need is young players that, maybe are underused where they're at, underutilized, and maybe they can come in and be better than you think. And that's if you're moving off some of your more veteran players. I definitely think, like, again, Michael Porter, there's a good chance he's going to get moved. He's putting up big stats, like 25 and 7. But I just don't think that you can trust him, especially now that, he's starting to hit 27 years old. And you're looking around like, is he a ticking time bomb as far as, the back issue? And the answer is, yeah, most likely. Back issues don't just magically go away. And it doesn't matter how hard you work at it and everything else. It takes one silly thing for you to have a major flare up and miss a month, miss 2 months for players already had 3 surgeries.
That's the truth. James, I want to talk to you because we got Kings Insider, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider. We got the host of the Kings Beat podcast here with us. I want to talk to you about what you might be hearing about the trades. That's what everybody wants to know right now. What's the trade front for the Kings? What's going on with that? Are there guys that they're looking at? And there's one guy in particular that I don't think they're looking at, but I think they should. And I want to know if you feel the same way. We'll talk about that. Plus, we got Jake Gadon pulling up on us at 1:30. We'll talk a little bit more about football, about the Niners, and we talk basketball with Jake as well. We're chasing down our guy, Butcher Boy. We'll see what's going on. He's a busy man, so we're going to try and chase him down for 1 o'clock. We'll see what happens there. But either way, you got KC and Ham with you right here on ESPN 1320. Where's my guy at? Where's my guy at? Said, Bears fan, you got lucky. Next time you're going down, go Bears. We didn't get lucky. We beat your ass. Stomped a mud hole in you and walked it dry. And if we see you again, we'll do the same thing again.
There it is.
See, you can talk like that when you win. It don't matter. It don't matter if it went down to the last second. It doesn't matter. You can say we beat the hell out of you. That's what happens when you win.
Oh, boy. Oh, De'Aaron Fox is questionable today.
Oh, man. I mean, do we save NBA for today or tomorrow or do we? Because I don't.
We got all kinds
that
of stuff.
OKC talk. I know one team they don't want to run into. Yeah, I know one team they don't want to play. Whew. I don't know if they can beat them.
Chet,
boys.
pick yourself up, by the way. You're saying out loud, we don't respect that man, and you're not doing anything about it.
Wouldn't we just be laughing at this guy?
Who? No, I'm not
Every
worried about
time
the
he sees
second,
him.
third player on their team.
Hey, you got to fight, man.
Yeah, honestly, yes. You need to stand up for yourself, Chet.
You got to go full Jose Alvarado.
Oh,
That was wild.
Oh, man.
Mark Williams, like, what is happening?
The point for the little guys.
He landed one.
Shout out Jordan Poole. You see him in the background.
Yeah, man. Like I said, NBA got feisty, man.
Yeah. Boy, I can't believe the
Talking
Thunder.
about? What you talking about? Smack that ass up. What you talking about?
Wow.
What y'all gonna do about it?
No flags.
Give up another touchdown? What y'all gonna do about it? Nothing. Smacked y'all up. Smacked y'all up.
Oh, yeah. Frank Anwar. Kawhi was badass last night. That's not how you spell Kawhi, though.
Kawhi went crazy on
It's like you're spelling khakis or something.
on what was that? I'm losing track of my days. When they played Portland, yeah.
Yeah. Well, 55, though.
Yes, sir. KC and Ham here. We're up with you until 2 p.m. on this Monday afternoon, Sacramento, California. There's still just fog all over the area. It's crazy. It's not even cloudy. Like, remember how like last week it was cloudy? Not even cloudy. It's just a sheet of fog.
I could see it as I was driving down the hill. There was like a wall of it way off in the distance. I'm like, oh, I'm glad that's not.
Rain is supposed to be on the forecast. And see, when you talk about the 49ers game on Saturday, it's going to rain on Saturday for sure. But I think the iPhone weather app says it should stop raining. It won't clear up, but it'll stop raining around 5 o'clock. So maybe the game won't be played in rain. That'll be a good thing. Wet turf, but not rain, which is one of Brock's kryptonites to a lot of people, is like the elements. Like, he doesn't play good in rain.
Yeah.
So I'll have to deal with that, hopefully. We were talking Sacramento Kings. We were talking about kind of where they are this season, where they're at, and a lot of people are looking for trades, and a lot of people are looking for them to make some moves. And there's a guy that's potentially on the trading block. More rumors continue to circulate today and in the last couple of days. I don't think he has any shot of coming to the Kings, but I disagree with Scott Perry. I disagree with my man Scott Perry, another great Monday motivator. But I disagree with him. I think the Kings should make a move for Trae Young. I think they should go after Trae Young. It sounds like he might be available. From the things, I think maybe you heard the same things. You can elaborate on it. He was available this summer if they really wanted him, and the Kings weren't interested. I think they should be. What do you think about Trae Young and the Kings potentially pursuing Trae Young?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to. But, like, again, this offseason, everything I had heard that they had an opportunity and they said no. And the biggest issue they had is that they knew that the second that he landed in Sacramento, he wanted to void the final year of his deal for next year and get a new contract. And that contract would be based on raises off of that contract. So we're talking about the 5-year, $300 million contract. And I think that they weren't fully on board for that kind of money for a player that they don't know if he impacts winning in the way that a player that makes that much money should be, right? And I think that, like, look, at the end of the day, you don't have anything set up at your point guard position for years. Like, Dennis Schroeder is probably better served as a backup and also has trade value. Russell Westbrook keeps putting up numbers, but he's 37. You need someone that you can build an identity around, which was De'Aaron Fox, right? And so I personally love Trae Young as a player. I've had, I think he's a sieve on defense. Horrible defensively. He's also a very inefficient scorer, which doesn't make any sense to me because that's not who it looked like he was going to be as a player. It looked like he'd be a high volume scorer, but it wouldn't be so inefficient, like less than 40% a couple of years in his career. The 3-point shooting isn't always there, but outstanding passer. And, like, if I could make a move right now for one thing that the Kings need outside of, like, length and athleticism we talk about all the time, I can't stand watching bad basketball. I want to see a player that moves the ball, that can average 11 assists a game. Like, Trae Young brings a lot to the table, and I am so over just like you're trying to develop young players. You don't develop young players by just putting them on the court and have them go stand in the corner. They have to actually be part of the game plan. And some nights they're part of the game plan and the team actually looks fun and has a good time and they have a shot to win games. But then there are these other games like yesterday where it's like, what are you doing here? Like, what exactly is the game plan coming into here? Because whatever it was, you're not playing to the game plan. You're not playing to any strengths at all. And you're just getting clubbed. And so for me, would I take a chance on Trae? I probably would. Because, I mean, again, it's going to be the same basic contract as like a Zach LaVine. And we're hearing, again, that Atlanta is very interested in Anthony Davis. and would like to make a move for Anthony Davis, but Dallas has really no interest in Trae Young. And so how do you make that move without including Trae Young? And there's talk that, they may be willing to move off of Sachet, and they might have Porzingis, who, may or not be able to play. He's in the same boat as Anthony Davis as far as games played. And so maybe you can cobble together a trade. I think there could be a 3-team trade that would make sense between the three of them, where somebody gets a young player and a Zach LaVine, and the Kings get a Trae Young, and Atlanta gets Anthony Davis. I just don't know that they're actually going to push the button. And, again, Scott Perry's clearly looking for a point guard. We've heard the rumors about, LaMelo Ball in the past, about potentially John Morant, and who's the other one for Cleveland?
Oh,
Darius Garland. That would the Kings be interested? The Kings are going to be interested in everybody because they're not good enough, and they're trying to move off of these contracts. And none of these contracts, outside of Keegan Murray's extension and the three young guys that they have on the roster right now, everybody else is somebody else's, sign or trade that you're dealing with. And so for me, I see Scott Perry willing to flush most of this roster in order to try something new and have it be his team and not someone else's. And again, you can list all of the attributes that Trae Young has. The problem is they don't fit into the attributes that Scott Perry's looking for. We always hear defensive-minded, gritty, physical, like all that stuff. That's not who Trae Young is. He's a very good player, but he's not that. So I like him more than some of the other point guards. I think he's a better player than some of the other point guards that they're kicking the tires on or hope that become available. But at the same time, like, I would at least try something in that situation and see if you could, bring him into the fold and have it work out. I just don't know that it will.
Yeah, I agree with the principles that Scott Perry comes to the table with for building this roster and what he wants to see. I just don't think it's realistic that you're going to get 12 guys like that. Like, you can, in reality, not all 12 guys on the roster, or 15 guys, are going to have the grit, the determination. Like, there are going to be some guys that have more talent that you might sacrifice one or two of your principles because they're unbelievably talented. That's when you put the other 11 guys around him so that his shortcomings don't stick out like a sore thumb or don't hurt you. And I think with a guy like Trae Young, that's something that you can do. I agree. Just not a good defender, not an engaged defender a lot of times. But if you put another 3 or 4 guys in the lineup around him, like, to a certain degree, you can hide him. That's what all these teams be doing. That's what they do with Ja. That's what they do with Trae when he's in Atlanta and they were winning games. That's what they did with Dame Lillard a lot of the times. They just hide him, put him on a guy that's in the corner, and let him float around and do what he does on the offensive end. And if you put the right pieces around a guy like Trae Young, I think you can survive his shortcomings while benefiting from his positives. But like you said, I don't feel like Scott Perry thinks this is the time to take that type of risk with that type of player.
Yeah, and I'd add this too. I think there's you're right there. The problem is that the Kings are a team filled with star level players that have that, but that's the problem. They have too many of the guys that you have to hide their deficiencies that are your star level players. So if you start having a group that has a Trae Young, and you're in the same boat as when you have Zach LaVine, because you can't hide all the things that Zach doesn't do. And the Domantas Sabonis situation, like, I will sit here and tell you a million times over that I think Domantas is one of the top 25 players in the league, and he's the best rebounder in the league, and that he plays like through pain and everything else. Like, this season notwithstanding, he's missed a bunch of games. But
we'll talk about that a little while. I think that happened when we were away. Like, yeah, he'll be gone for another month.
Like, oh, okay. Well, that's weird because he still hasn't had surgery. And that's just a strange, I don't know what's happening. And to me, I think we're in a season where it doesn't really matter what's happening. that's where we're at. But I would say the problem that, we were getting ready for Saturday's game, and I had a conversation with someone. I'm not going to name names, but I had a conversation with somebody who was like, "Hey, your guy Keon Ellis is finally getting to start tonight," and it's like, okay, and it's like, oh, oh, he's so overblown by the fan base, and everyone loves him. Like, he's perfectly fine NBA player, but at the same time, like, really, what are we fighting over here? And I'm like, well, my problem isn't that Keon Ellis is good or bad. It's that players like Keon Ellis have to have good players around them to do exactly what you're saying, to draw the attention to, like, Keon Ellis. There should be a moment where Keon Ellis can have games like he had 5 of 10 from 3. He's an incredible shooter. He has proven that throughout his career. He's a top 15, 20 shooter in the league. Like, look at his career stats. He's like a career 43% 3-point shooter. But when your star players aren't doing what they're supposed to do to create the vortex of, dragging everyone to the middle of the key so you have wide open shooters everywhere, when they don't have that capability and they're not playing up to their potential, it makes guys like Keon, guys like Neat Clifford, guys like Keegan Murray look even worse, because, like, they're just being guarded straight up, or they're getting switched onto with the best defender on the team. Like, there are things that happen when your best players aren't playing well enough that cause your role players to look even more like role players. And that's one of the biggest problems the Kings have. And it's, again, why one night they have 32 assists, another night they have 18, 19. Like, there's not a consistency with the star level players to make the role players fit into what you're trying to accomplish. And it's really difficult. That's why guys like Precious Achua and Dylan Cardwell, they just stand out so much. Every minute they're on the court, they're playing so much harder and so much more physical than everybody else. And you're like, why isn't everybody doing what they're doing? And it's like, well, because you're right. That's not how an NBA team is built. There are a bunch of players who don't do the physical stuff. I remember Jamal Crawford signed with Portland Trailblazers and said in the press conference, I think it was Nate McMillan said, oh yeah, I'll even get him to play defense up here. And Jamal's like, yeah, bro, I don't do that. Yeah, that ain't me. That's not who you just signed. That ain't me. And it's understood that certain players have certain roles. Malik Monk is to bring energy, to bring fire, to fly all over the court, to make mistakes. For every Malik Monk, you need 2 guys who don't make mistakes, who don't fly all over the court, and who play defense. And that's just the way you have to design your team. And the Kings, like, just the mix of players, but it's also the types of players and who's playing well and who's not. It's not conducive to winning basketball at all right now. And that's tough.
And I'll also, I'll throw the cape on for a guy like DeMar DeRozan too. DeMar DeRozan, 36 years old. Like, he's not supposed to be. I wouldn't have DeMar DeRozan on my team thinking, yeah, we need you to fly around and be this super leader. Like, no, you're like the super OG. Get you the ball. You got, at this point in your career, you got one job, and that's to be this offensive guy. You're not a defensive guy. You're not this hustle guy. This isn't Toronto DeMar DeRozan where you can go flying around and doing a bunch of things. Mm-hmm. You got a more of a floor-based game offensively and defensively now. And to have him as like, no, it's your best player, like he should be leading things. That's a, maybe I'm stalling him out and giving him a pass, but that's not a DeMar DeRozan problem. That's a you problem. Why are you putting him in that situation at 36 years old? Like, that's not what he should be doing right now. He should literally be, hey, just shoot, just do what you do, OG. But the roster was, but like, I look at Zach LaVine more of that type of player. Like, he's 29, 30. Like, yeah, be the leader. Be a guy that, lifts everybody around you and moves the ball and doing all that. You're in the prime of your athletic career right now. Like, mm-hmm. Yes, do that. And he's incapable of it. I don't look at DeMar DeRozan like, yeah, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're about to retire. What do you mean you're not supposed to do what you're supposed to do?
Well, I think there are certain games where, yeah, it all works, and DeMar is either on fire and you just keep feeding him, or the game the other night where he had 9 assists, right? Where you're like, all right, that's what at this stage, like he should be trying to help the younger players develop like everybody else is. But then you get to games like yesterday where it just felt so forced from him and Russ. And I know, again, DeMar's playing in his hometown. Russ is playing in his hometown. Russ played for that team, and like there was some disrespect there, like the way that things went. And so I get this like want to go out and beat those guys. I really enjoyed watching Dennis Schroeder just chirp at Luka Doncic the whole game.
Said he was going to beat his ass.
I loved it. I absolutely loved the whole thing. And, like keeping someone in check is fine, but keeping someone in check while playing a team style of basketball where you have some potential to succeed. Like the only way to succeed is not for DeMar DeRozan to take 20 shots and score 30 points, because if that's like the pathway, you're going to lose the game, because those 20 shots, when you're only getting up 70 or 80 and you're not getting enough of everyone else contributing, isn't good for what's happening. And it's, for me, if he's getting the ball with 8 seconds left on the shot clock and making his move and getting either the foul or the jumper to fall, or the foul and the jumper to fall, that's fine. But there are way too many times, man, where I'm watching, these guys get the ball, and it's him and Russ, and there's 18, 19 seconds on the shot clock, and the ball's not moving again. And it just feels like there's certain games where that just, like, all the passing goes out the window and it just becomes ISO ball, ISO ball, ISO ball. And I get it. That's who those guys are as players, but there's also a way to play ISO ball within the flow of a game. And when the game stops playing and it's just ISO ball, it's just not fun to watch. And there's no way to compete, because while you're playing ISO ball, the other team is typically hitting 7 3-point shots more than you are. And you can't make up for those 21 points that you're losing right there. And you're not going to get the foul calls that the Lakers get, which is just a joke. I mean, they're like plus 450 over the last 5 years over their opponent in free throw attempts. And you're just like shaking your head. I mean, watching Luka cry every single time and then get a foul on Max Reynaud on a barely a touch. Yeah, even that, like, and they called, that wasn't even, the ball went out of bounds, so they called it a vicinity foul or whatever it's called. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, it's tough to watch.
I said it last week or a couple weeks ago. Adam Silver worried about what the post-game show talking about. He didn't worry about officiating. Officiating is terrible. It's awful. Like, do a better job. And not only is it like bad, but the fact that they allow these superstars to bully them or trick them into calls.
Dictate the game. Dictate the game. Dictate the game.
Go ahead and say the full word next time, pal.
Dictate the game.
Whoa. James Ham getting loose on D-Lo and KC.
No, the officials, they do. They allow the players to dictate the play of the game.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, man, that's not the way that this game should be officiated. I'll tell you, Saturday game, Tony Brothers calls some crazy stuff, right? Like, just straight up, he does. Like, all the time you're sitting there like, I can't believe that you just called that. And it's almost like players will yell at him and then he'll start calling fouls. I've never seen a game that was like over that quickly. Like, the third quarter took like 12 minutes. It was like there were no foul calls. It's like, bro, nobody wants to watch this game.
Yeah. Do you that reminds me, we were talking about like Trae Young. We started this talking about the trade aspect of it. Are you hearing anything gonna happen? I usually, you get December 15th and people are like, all right, people are available, but they're not really in a rush to do anything. I kind of feel like, to a certain degree, the NBA treats, I know they're playing games and things like that. They're working, but they kind of treat it like the rest of society. It's like, nothing's really going to happen between Christmas and New Year's. We'll get back after it, really, as far as like trade conversations, the deals happening after the New Year's, just like the rest of society. But do you think everybody's like really anxious trades to happen with these guys here in Sacramento. Do you see anything coming up with the trade deadline? A little bit more than a month away.
Well, I think first and foremost, we just had the G League showcase, right? And that is where a lot of conversations start. They start at the showcase. There are a bunch of general managers, but also number 2, number 3s, assistant GMs, guys like BJ Armstrong are there, right? And that's where conversations start to brew with groups. So I think that you have, again, it happens a lot in summer league. It happens at like the winter meetings and stuff like that. In baseball, you see all the time. That's where everything starts to like go crazy. But with the NBA, it quietly happens at the G League showcase where like trades start to warm up. Now, as of right now, there's more reporting that Malik Monk is available. Like we've known that forever. There's going to be a ton of reporting on whether it's Domas or whether it's Zach LaVine or whether it's DeMar. Like every player that the Kings have, there's going to be a ton of conversations around the Kings because they want to be in those conversations. They want to roll this roster, but you're still caught in this moment where I think everyone in the league sees that there's one super team, and then the team that's right behind that super team and is turning it on is the Spurs, and then the Rockets are right there as well.
Don't forget about the NBA Cup champions.
Okay.
Who beat the Spurs.
Yeah.
Who won on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Knicks can win the championship this year.
No, I think so too. But see, these other teams are packed with young players. OKC, Houston, San Antonio. They're not looking to go trade their young players to go get somebody else unless it's like a Giannis deal. And I don't even think most of those teams are looking at that. Then you have this other group of teams like what you just mentioned. The Knicks could use some depth for sure. And there are other teams that are sort of in the same boat. The Lakers could use a ton of depth. Like what they have right now, like, yeah, it's not pretty. But those teams are the ones who are going to start swinging to get back into this conversation. The rest of the league, there's not a lot of those teams that are looking to add a bunch of talent right now because they think that they can go be a player in this thing. Most of the Western Conference teams, they know the score. They know what they're up against. And they don't think that trading for Malik Monk or Zach LaVine is going to put them over the hump. So you've got to find the right partner for a trade in this situation. And I don't know that there's a ton of them out there. Again, can Malik Monk get traded? Yeah. If he gets traded for Kyle Kuzma, are Kings fans going to be pissed? Yes. But at the same time, you have to understand that Kyle Kuzma's got 1 year left on his deal after this year at 20 million or 19 million, whatever it is. And Malik has another year after that at 20. And so you're trying to speed up the process of your rebuild here. And that's why the Kings would make a move like that. Will it feel good? No. Will it impact winning? Absolutely not. It will not push you into like a different category of team. But what it could do is give you a starting power forward and allow Keegan to play the 3 full time and just give you a player archetype. And then either this summer or midway through next season, you'd have a $20 million expiring contract that you can trade.
Yeah, I'm starting to get this sense, Sam, that the Kings aren't going to do much this
they're going to try, but whether they can or not,
they're definitely working the phones and stuff like that. I think they're doing everything, but I'm not expecting much of anything to happen. If it might be one move that's like I'm off the top of my head, DeMar DeRozan to Cleveland for a random bench guy. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's gonna be a Jonathan Kuminga, Trae Young, some young guy coming in here and you can kind of speed up the process or change your fortunes, or he could be one of your future. I don't think that's going to happen with this particular trade deadline with the Kings.
Yeah, it might not. I mean, you're really hoping that something, sort of breaks loose with maybe the Bucks. The Bucks are a team that they're desperate to find someone to put alongside Giannis to try to make the team better and try to keep him around. But still, like getting Zach LaVine, you have to give up so much to get there. Yeah. And, it's not just Kyle Kuzma at that point. It's Kyle Kuzma and another $20 million player in order to get to the dollar amount to match Zach's salary. And that's not simple at all. And so I don't know how the Kings, unless you start finding 3-team deals and, you get roped into something much bigger, or if, a couple of teams that think that they're on the cusp, especially Eastern Conference teams, look at Dennis Schroeder and say, hey, yeah, we'll take the next year of Dennis Schroeder and the $4 million buyout on the final year. We'll go ahead and go after that. But, the Kings are in asset collection mode. I would not be surprised to see a guy like Keon Ellis traded. And that trade in itself can just be for picks.
Yeah.
Like, he's a league minimum contract, so he can be accepted onto any roster in the league and without any problems. And you don't even have to give up a player in that deal.
If you are riding around, listening or watching on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter or anything like that, and you feel like TC and you are way more interested and excited as a 49ers fan and a Kings fan in watching the Kings instead of the 49ers, want to hear from you. Hit us up on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320, and tell us why you are way more engaged in what the Kings do than the 49ers right now. Because that's really what happened. TC called in and said, oh, man, I'm way more excited to watch the Kings than I am the 49ers. And he's a fan of both. It's crazy.
That's wild.
So hit us up on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, or just in general. We're talking Kings. We're still talking 49ers after what we talked about, or what we saw last night on Sunday Night Football, maybe the game of the year with the Niners and the Bears. We got Jay Gadon. He's going to pull up on us at about 1:30. Phone lines are open, man. We want to hear from you. We're here for another hour. It's KC and Ham on ESPN 1320.
Okay, so I just went back and looked. The Kings-Pistons game, which had Mark Davis, which
he was terrible.
I do not think is a good NBA official at all. That game was 2 hours and 31 minutes long, and it was a sellout, 17,832. The next game, check this out. Where is this? Oh, this is crypto. No, the next game is, okay, so 231. And I'm going to go to the Lakers game. The Lakers game was 2 hours and 14 minutes, right?
Mhm.
The Kings-Mavs game was 2 hours and 6 minutes.
Damn.
25 minutes shorter than the Pistons game.
That's a quick NBA game. 2-hour NBA game is crazy.
I'm telling you, like, the third quarter was over so fast. Yeah, let's see. Duration. The first quarter is 21 minutes. The second quarter is 22 minutes. The third quarter was 23 minutes. And the fourth was, 37 minutes. The fourth quarter always takes way longer because of fouls and stuff.
When the fouls start happening.
Yeah.
I also think there's too many timeouts allowed in the fourth quarter. Once you get to, no matter, you do your TV timeouts and stuff like that, once you get under 4 minutes, there should be one timeout for the rest of the game. Or like maybe you get one timeout and you get, the WNBA got this one right. They got the advanced timeout. Like, I'm just calling a timeout so I can advance the ball.
Yeah.
Like, all right, maybe get one of those.
Why do you like my Cabo hat? Oh, not that one. Why do you like the Cabo hat better than the Santa Barbara hat?
Yeah, what's wrong with Santa Barbara?
Or my Grass Valley hat? I mean, realistically, they're very similar hats. They're made by the same exact company.
Great go. Narco.
Yeah, I don't think, like, Milwaukee doesn't have any picks. Like, if I were the Kings, I would be, like, you could work out a deal with Milwaukee if they had picks where you're getting, like, I would trade Keon and Malik for Kuzma and a first. But Milwaukee ain't got nothing to trade. And they're a team that's, like, looking to rebuild their roster on the fly without giving up a single pick, and that's just tough. Yeah, every single. Their 2026 is a pick swap. Their 2027 is to New Orleans or Atlanta. Their 2028 looks like a pick swap. 2029 is to Portland or Washington. 2030 is a pick swap. 2031 and 2032 are available. So I guess you could actually trade for their 2031 first. But that's just so far away. Like, if you're Scott Perry, are you making a move for a 2031 pick in 2025, 2026?
I need one within the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Back here on KC in Ham, as we do this thing for the next 2 days, man. We'll be with you on, obviously, today till 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow as well, 10 to 2, talking all things sports. We'll probably have some end of the year type stuff. I really like that stuff. New Year's resolutions, like we talked about. We'll have some good times with that. But today we're still basking. Well, I am a 49ers fan too.
You're basking in the glow of 49ers win?
I was about to
Hell
say,
yeah,
man. Come on, one of the great games in 49ers history. It really was. That Sunday night game, that you know how they talk about to this day about the 49ers Giants Monday Night Football game. Remember when they were like the two I don't think a touchdown was scored in that game. Wasn't it like 7-3 or something like that? I don't know. But anyway, where they beat the crap out of Phil Simms. Phil Simms was talking. Point being, that one lives in 49er lore. This one will live in 49er lore. This is one of the great games in franchise history last night against the Bears. So still feeling great about that. Still feeling great.
Yeah, and I would say too, I thought Brock Purdy had a moment. Like that play where he's under pressure and he ends up like dodging between two defensive linemen and then drew the safety and the linebacker up and found Juszczyk in the corner. That was so Montana-esque. And it was just the calmness and the patience. And it like realistically, it's the opposite of what we saw from Caleb Williams on their final play. Like Brock Purdy created an opportunity for his team with his legs, but also by just having the game slow down and him just manipulating everybody else on the field. Like watching him like move in and out between two different defensive linemen was just crazy to see him, like the balance and everything else. And then like the wherewithal to get all the way up to the line, but know that you're not running it because there's two guys running at you and just don't. There it is.
That was sick. Look, there's been much debated. I've stayed true with it the entire time. I'm gonna look if it goes down, then I'm just going down with this ship. But Brock Purdy is a franchise quarterback. He is that. I've never wavered from that. I believe that.
Yeah.
He is a franchise. This 49ers franchise has found their guy. Well, they found him 2 years ago, but I'm just saying they found their guy. This is the guy that you're going to have for the next decade. He's him. He is him. So I loved seeing that. I was going to go to I don't know how to do it. I was going to go to the phone.
He just took off.
So hold on if you're on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. We'll get to you in just a second. We got to wait for my man Jesse to come back.
It's funny, Kenny, when we're talking about like the way the draft works out and, you know, they draft Trey Lance with the third pick and they draft Purdy with the final pick. It sure does feel like when the Kings drafted Jimmer with the 10th overall pick and they drafted Isaiah Thomas with the 60th pick. And all of a sudden you see a guy who just has it and who just gets the game, and another one that just for whatever reason can't catch up with the speed of the game. Yeah. And, you know, again, it really does feel like very, very similar where you found like a pot of gold at the end of the draft and were able to create something, you know, unique and a player that's like spectacular. And like where the Kings go wrong is that they were idiots and didn't re-sign, Isaiah Thomas. They had an option to match a 3-year, $21 million deal and took nothing back. Was it Alex Oriaki why am I drawing a blank? A trade exception. That's all you got. And so for me, like watching a franchise that like finds a player like Brock Purdy and then brings him along and like understands that they found something. And then here you are a couple of years later and you're like, man, he's a top 10 quarterback.
Yes.
And just, like if there's going to be a point where this team like excels and takes off deep into a playoff run, it's going to be a lot because Brock Purdy is that good.
Yeah.
And are there, moments where he doesn't do what he's supposed to do, or he freaks you out, or he makes an error on the first play of the game? Sure. But every quarterback does that.
Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy, that's a great comp that you have when you talk about Jimmer and Isaiah Thomas and Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, because there's a level of, not that Jimmer was like 6'8" or something like that. He wasn't that much taller than Isaiah, but he was taller, right? But there's a level of Isaiah Thomas just had the sixth sense of understanding how to play the game.
Yeah.
He understood with his limitations how to be effective. And you look at Brock Purdy, and he doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not the tallest guy. He's not the fastest guy, but he's got a good enough arm. He's tall enough, and he's fast enough to run a read option and score in the end zone, or get a first, or scramble and do all this other stuff. But all of that stuff that he has, combined with the understanding of how to play the game, is what makes him special.
Yeah.
And because it's a chicken and the egg situation. He realized at a young age, probably, I got limitations. How do I achieve my goals and get to the level that I want to get to as a player, as a young player, as a quarterback? How do I get a scholarship? How am I starting on varsity? How am I getting a scholarship? How am I being a starter at Iowa State? How am I getting to the league? How do I do that with my limitations? Well, I need to get in my book.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know the playbook better than anybody has ever learned the playbook. I need to understand tendencies. I need to understand my teammates. I need to understand opponents better than it's the little nuances that he realized at a young age I need to be the best at to be successful. And that goes into understanding the position, understanding the game. And it's on full display when you see him on a weekly basis. I mean, the last 6 days of football for Brock Purdy, they play on Monday night against Indianapolis. The last 6 days for Brock Purdy, 73% completion rate, 698 yards, 8 touchdowns in the air, 10 total touchdowns for Brock Purdy in the last 6 days.
Yeah.
He's on fire, man.
And again, without his left tackle, without his tight end, for the whole second half of the previous game, like it's incredible what he's been able to do.
Yeah.
Even Ricky Pearsall missed a bunch of time in the previous game. I mean, he misses a bunch of time in every game. It's just like tough.
And you mentioned it earlier. That's my boy. I love Slick Rick. I love Slick Rick. He can play. That boy can play. But he catches one last night and gets tackled and laying there for a little bit. Kind of gets up, and Collinsworth goes, "Oh, well, Rick was slow to get up." Now he stayed in the game, made some more big catches, and everything was all good. But at that point, I was like, "All right, man. Like, look, all right, man. We got to draft a wide receiver. Not that I don't want Slick Rick on the squad, but they got him to be a number one. He's hurt every game. He's nicked up every game. I can't rely on that as number one. I need to go draft another number one. I need to go draft him. And Slick Rick could be your 1A, or he could be your number 2. But I need a guy like, I forgot my man's name. I think it's Concepcion or whatever, the guy out of Texas A&M. Big, 6'4", athletic type receiver to pair with Ricky Pearsall. Because, man, I don't know if he can hold up for 18 games in the playoffs.
Well, that and I mean, Juwan Jennings has proven that, like this season, he played through a bunch of injuries, but he wasn't effective when he was playing through injuries. And you're going to have a number one wide receiver on a team that's got a very good passing game that catches for 600 yards this season. Like there's a reason why McCaffrey has 890 yards receiving. I mean, your star running back, not only has he rushed for 1,200 yards, he's at 96 catches on the season. And that's because you don't have another option. So you do have to find stability. And I don't know if, Kendrick Bourne wants to stick around for a year or two and kind of be a second, third guy, but they have to get
a good job this year.
Yeah, he
really
has.
Good job.
It was really, though, the first 2 games with Mac Jones that he was incredible. After that, he's kind of been, he catches the ball when it's thrown to him, but he hasn't been like a big playmaker or anything.
Yeah, they need. I remember that was a really big discussion on this show and everywhere going into the season is that wide receiver core, and people were worried about that, and they figured out how to navigate around it. But when you get out of this season, if you're able to either through the draft or in free agency or a trade, get one established guy.
Yeah.
One no, this is not this guy per se, and maybe even not this good, but how the Rams went and got Devontae Adams. If you were able to go do that to pair with Pearsall, I think they should bring Jennings back, have Robinson back there or Kendrick Moore, because these young guys, they can't, the Watkins, they can't rely on these guys. These guys can't stay healthy. They're healthy scratches and stuff like that. So it feels like you need to go get one of those guys. If they can do that to add to the offense, yeah, they'll be cooking. They'll be cooking.
Yeah, I've liked what I've seen of Watkins. He just can't stay healthy.
No.
How many times are the 49ers going to waste a 3rd or 4th round pick on a wide receiver that can't figure it out?
Got to figure it out, man. Let's go to the Elk Grove Kid talk line. Let's talk to my man Tom, man. He said he wants to talk Maxime Renault and Brock Purdy. I want to hear what this is, man. Tom, what's up, man?
All good. Actually, I'm going to talk Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. Gotcha.
And I will offer this up. I'm a Bears fan and a Kings fan.
Okay.
The reason why I'm a Bears fan, in the early 1980s, I was responsible for the charter flight to all their away games. So that's in the Walter Payton days.
Oh, come on,
so I was with the team for 3 years, so that's why it's my team.
That's literally the glory years right there, man. That's
85 Bears.
That's a heck of a time to be around that group.
So they were not good for a long time until they hit the Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden they were good. But I'm going to make a comparison with Caleb Williams and Max Renault. That in both cases, and I watch all the Bears games. If you watch every single game, you watch Max, every game get better at something. The next game gets better at something. Next game gets better at something. And all of a sudden he's gotten better at 10 different things. So with Caleb Williams, in the summer when they had their camp, new coach Johnson threw everything at him. And Caleb Williams was like, hey, don't throw it all at me. Throw it, to me one at a time. And he says, I'm throwing it all. You figure it out. And each game, you can absolutely just see him figure out something else. So if you go back to the beginning of the year, he wasn't good at, 8 more things. And mid-season, he really started to click. And, you were talking earlier about the interceptions. His coaches told him, I want you to throw incompletions at whatever the ratio is rather than the interception. Last year, he would have thrown the interception. Now just throw the incompletions. And the 2 things that I wanted to see out of him mid-season, he used to sort of, react to his players making a mistake, with the head and the shaking his head, the eyes, and kind of dumping his teammates under the bus. And then the other thing was he wasn't good at leading his receivers over the middle. Like he throw the ball where they were. No, throw the ball where I'm going to be by the time the ball gets there. And in the last 2 to 3 weeks, even that has improved. And in his interviews, he says, I got to be better. shaking his head at the teammates. So it's fun to watch him game by game getting better. And I am all for if the 49ers and the Bears play for the NFC Championship, whether my Bears win or not, I don't really care. Well, I do care, but it would be a fun game to watch.
Hey, we appreciate you, Tom, man. Shout out to you. I was talking to my guy, Alan, the Bears fan. Like I said, we talk about football a lot. In a full moment of honesty and transparency, I don't want to play the Bears again.
Oh, really?
No.
Mm.
No, I don't want to play them again.
What if Fred Warner's back for that game?
No, because Fred is great, but I don't know what Fred's going to be able to do.
Well, he didn't tear it. Let's come back from what, a fractured foot?
Yeah, but even I mean, like,
dislocated ankle.
Dislocated ankle, yeah.
I don't know what he's going to be able to do. Like even if he's like healthy and he won't get hurt, like there's still a ramp up. Fred Warner coming back this year is just for the vibe. I'm only anticipating to be for the vibes.
Okay.
I'm not saying Fred will come back and be 15 tackle Fred. Like I'm not.
That's what I'm thinking. If he's back, I'm assuming already he's back, ready to play.
If anybody could do it, it'd be Fred. But yeah, no, I don't want to see the Bears again. Bears offense is a problem for the 49ers defense. Now, the same thing is the other way around, right? Like the Niners offense is a problem for that Bears defense. But no, I'm cool. We beat them that one time. I think if you get in a situation where you got to see that team again with that same secondary, talking about the Niners secondary, I don't like that matchup. I don't like that matchup. Now, here's the thing. The Niners, they didn't get the ball coming out of the half like Kyle normally likes to do. They received the ball first. They fronted the Bears 7 points. They fronted them 7 points. They're still up most of the game. They still handle business. And Manny just had venom towards your boy. He don't talk about how it was right. He don't talk about how it was right. I said after the first 49ers score, I said it's gonna be easy work tonight. They putting up 35 plus. And what did they put up yesterday?
A lot.
Plus. That's what they put up. 35 plus. Like I said they would. That Bears defense isn't any good, though. It's not any good. But that offense is the real deal. Caleb looked good, and Caleb doesn't turn the ball over. That's what I do like about his game. So, yeah, give me the Packers. Give me the Packers.
Oh, really?
Hey, give me the Packers.
Carolina for sure.
Give me Carolina for sure.
Yeah.
Give me the Eagles in San Francisco. I don't know if I want to see them on the road. Give me the Eagles. I mean, if we got to play the Bears again, we'll beat that ass again. You know what I'm saying? If we have to. You know what I mean? I don't want to, but if it's there, we're going to do what we did yesterday. And that's smack them up again. That's what we're going to do. We did it last night. We'll do it again. Just backhand it. That's all.
Hey, I don't fear the Bears as much as most people. I think that they're a good story. I think Caleb Williams in a year or two is going to be extremely difficult to deal with. But for right now, they're a team that just isn't quite ready. And I think you can probably say the same thing about the 49ers just because their defense is so young and, they have so many injuries. But I don't know. I think the Bears are pretty high on the list of teams that I wouldn't mind facing in an early playoff round.
No, for sure. And to that point, in all seriousness, I don't think their defense is. When I think about who will beat the 49ers or has the best chance of beating them, because anybody can beat them, it's a team that can defend. I really believe when you go against Kyle Shanahan and the way he manipulates the clock with his offense and the flow of the game with his offense, if you can't stop the 49ers offense, I don't think you can beat them. I really don't care how bad the 49ers defense is. If you can't control the 49ers offense and keep them off the field or keep them from scoring or keep them from – Kyle Shanahan I believe in him that much of a coach, is if they don't turn the ball over, he will control the game with the offense.
Yeah.
He will dictate the game on the offensive end. And if you don't have a defense that can shift that energy and shift that dynamic of the game, I don't think you're beating the 49ers.
Well,
just
that
think it
and
happens.
I know a lot of people are saying they didn't have Roma Dunze, but the 49ers didn't have Kittle.
That's the last thing people want to talk about is injuries with the Niners.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, that's not
That's
that's
the
not a
argument
good
we
comparison.
have.
Especially like he's such a safety blanket for Purdy. And so, yeah, I mean, the Bears showed me they couldn't stop the run at all.
The Niners hadn't been able to run the ball all year long, and they lost Trent Williams on the first play, and they averaged like 6 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Or at least McCaffrey did.
As a team, 5.9 yards per carry, and they had 200 yards rushing.
Yeah,
that's not a good thing. And on top of that, 300 yards passing. So you crested the 500-yard total offense against them. That's not a good defense.
You are going to have a very, very, very difficult time beating the 49ers if you can't defend.
Yeah.
I don't care how anemic the 49ers defense looks. Going against Kyle Shanahan, if you cannot stop him in that offense, your chances of winning are slim to none, in my opinion. You know what is interesting, though? I want to get your take on this. And you hear this a lot right now with the Bears, with the Patriots, with the Broncos, and teams like that. They talk about, and Dame and Kyle talked about this a little bit last week, but I was thinking the same thing before they even mentioned it. This whole notion of, oh yeah, we're young and it's just early for us, and we're gonna be here for. In the NFL, don't play that game. If you have a chance to win, I don't care if you think you're young, old, somewhere in between, whatever. If you have a chance to win a Super Bowl, you embrace that then and you win it then if you can. You don't rely on, oh, we're young and we're just getting started. The Detroit Lions are example A. They thought, and Dan Campbell, credit to him, he said as much after the loss in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
He said, we may never get here again. This may never happen again. I'll never forget this. I remember the 49ers, the Philadelphia 76ers go to the NBA Finals in 2001. And they have couple flame outs, couple losses in the next couple of years. And I think they talked to Allen Iverson at the end of a in-season press conference in like 2005 or something like that. And he goes, you know what? We go to the finals in 2001, and I'm like, all right, we lost, but we here to stay. Like, I'm here. This is my career now. He said, man, I ain't never get back to the conference finals.
Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl in his rookie season in 1984.
Was it? Yeah. I thought it was year 2.
Maybe a year or two.
Yeah, year 2.
Never, ever, ever, ever made it back.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. Like, I'm not a proponent of, we're young. It'll just take time. Man, if all these teams did, the Bears, the Bills, the Patriots, all these young teams, the Jaguars, all these guys, man, if you can win right now, you better capitalize on it, because you never know what's going to happen moving forward.
Oh, yeah.
Know. And I look at this with the 49ers. 49ers got a chance to win a Super Bowl this year. Win the Super Bowl. Let's go get it.
Yeah.
Let's go get it. This could be it.
Go find a pass rusher right now.
Who they were talking about?
Who was it that they got cut by the Dolphins?
Oh, Matthew Judon.
Yeah, sign somebody.
You want him?
Oh, that's who. I think it was Jesse's boy, Bill Simmons.
Stop! Don't do that. You're the one who listens to his show.
I think it was him. He asked the question. I think this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were talking about the Rams, and they were like, "Hey, should McVay just call Aaron Donald and be like,
man,
come back for like the last game of the season and into the playoffs?"
But defensive linemen are different. Defensive linemen bulk up so much that I would.
Aaron still. Have you seen Aaron though?
No, is he still that big?
I imagine Aaron Donald just sits in the chamber, just waiting for the call, ready to go.
This dude still work. I seen him like a month ago.
Yeah.
He's like working out crazy right now.
Well, then
like,
yes,
what are you doing?
You make that call. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're the 49ers, you make that call.
Right.
Hey, Aaron, you want to come play? Like,
bring him in there.
We don't care.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like, please do that.
Bring someone else. We don't care.
But yeah, man, like you you got a shot to win, man. You gotta take advantage of it. I'm not a proponent or a believer, or I'm too paranoid. I just got done waxing poetically. We just got done waxing poetically about Brock Purdy, and you got your franchise guys for 10 years. Man, I don't know what's gonna happen. He could have a bad back next year.
Oh yeah.
Like,
or more turf toe.
Like, like these things can happen at any time. So I'm looking at the Niners, and you're here. You're here. The Bears, you're here. Do not rely on the fact of like, oh, we're young. No, you're here. You can win a Super Bowl this year. Like, seize the moment. If you're there, win it this year.
This might be the most open Super Bowl moment that we've seen in a long time.
I haven't seen one this open.
It's funny. Did you hear all the push yesterday for is it Tyler Shuff? Is that what his name is? The quarterback for the Saints?
Yeah.
Shug.
Shug?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, they everyone's like pushing him for rookie of the year.
He's got the highest odds now, I think.
He's 90 days older than Brock Purdy.
What is going on?
Well, it's the pandemic, kids, but still, extra years of eligibility.
Now it's college sports. I may have to fact check this, but did you hear Kenny Lofton Jr. is talking about going? Remember him, big boy, got drafted by the Grizzlies, going back to Louisiana Tech.
There's a few of those out there. Like, some of them are not real. Some are like, oh, maybe they are. I don't know. It's weird.
The real one was old boy going to Baylor.
Yeah, that one's real. Yeah,
but they can't play though, can they?
I don't know.
I don't. Well, the guy going to Baylor played in the G League, and he's going back to Baylor.
Oh,
he's been out of college for like 3 years.
I don't know how that works, because once you give up when you go pro, you give up your amateur status and eligibility.
There's almost no such thing as amateur status anymore because of the NIL.
Oh, all right.
So
why not?
Yeah, they need to. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow, because I saw Manny tagged us in something John Calipari was saying, which I agree with completely. Is they gotta regulate. So this is getting
it's out of hand.
This is getting crazy.
Yeah, it's not good.
Absolutely crazy. So we'll talk about that. I see him in the background. We got John from Connecticut, aka Jake Gadon. Oh man, he got some gear on for you guys, man. He's gonna join us right here on KC and Ham on ESPN 1320 when we come back. John in Connecticut, Drake May authentic. This guy.
Whoa.
This guy. What you playing? What you on? Madden? What you on?
Oh, of course I'm running Madden right now. I played Madden until 3:00 last night because I was just like, you know what? I'm feeling it. Patriots have a chance at the #1 seed. We won the division for the first time in 5 years. Like, we are running it with Drake May for 3 hours. It was wonderful.
What's the scenario? You need the Broncos to lose?
Just need the Broncos to lose. And here's the thing, and this is what, as a Patriots fan, we can get into it a little bit, that I'm like pumped about, is if the Patriots, if they just got to win. So I think they'll win against Miami. Sorry, Jesse. Love you.
Watch every win yours. I don't know, man.
But that Broncos-Chargers game will help us either way. Because either if the Chargers win, we got the #1 seed. But if the Broncos win, we're going to face the Chargers in the first round as the 2 versus 7. So, and I want to avoid Buffalo at all costs. I want to avoid, what's it called? What was the other? Houston at all costs, if I can. I just think the Chargers are the most beatable team out of everybody.
You think so? I think people sleeping on the Chargers.
They didn't look good yesterday. They just, I think Herbert, if you get him under pressure and they can't get the run game going, that offense looks suspect. Defensively, they look great, though.
They're gonna be in those elements too. It might be snowing in Foxborough.
I like that he's starting to run, Herbert. Like, get out and move. Get out of the pocket.
The play calling has been suspect, James. That's the reason why I've been very quiet. But I think, honestly, the Broncos have played so many close games this year, I would not be surprised if the Chargers upset the Broncos this weekend, send them with the loss, they lose the #1 seed, and New England gets the #1 seed. Like, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
Is the Broncos won the AFC West, right? When they beat the Chiefs? Okay, I was about to say, is the AFC West up for grabs?
No, it was when the Chargers lost this past weekend to Houston. That's what happened.
I didn't see a second of that game.
Really?
A second of that game.
Again, Houston's defense is really good, so it might have made the Chargers offense look bad, but like, it was just it was hard to watch Herbert get hit as many times as he did. I think he needs a better offensive line.
What's the win streak for the Texans now? Isn't it like 7 games?
Oh, look, I think you're
I'm
not
trying
wrong.
to think. I think they started when they beat the 49ers. I don't feel like they've lost since then.
So
maybe they lost 1 game, but it's something crazy.
Hey, James, did you listen to Scott's thing he was on a podcast this week?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I got to listen
Maybe
to
I
that.
will on the way home.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the way to listen to when I get to work. I'm looking up. Hold on, Casey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight games. Last time they lost was to the Broncos on Sunday, 8-15 on 11-2.
And the next game was the Niners game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. There's some
Next
winning
game
streaks.
before that was the.
Oh, here we go, Jake. Here we go. Yes, sir. Back here on KC and Ham on ESPN 1320. And we got our guy straight from Connecticut, straight from Stamford, straight from Greenwich. My main man, John in Connecticut, a.k.a. Jake Gadon of CBS 13.
A.k.a. Drake May, number 1 fan. MVP connoisseur, okay?
He's right there. He's right. So James laid out the scenario because you asked me last week on Sports Sunday who's the MVP. I said it was close, but I got Matthew Stafford. But James laid out the scenario where, look, the Drake May's the 1 seed, and now the Rams cannot win the 1 seed. They are going to be like, I think at best, the 5th seed.
At best, the 5th seed, and they could drop lower than that, I believe.
Does that open up the door for Drake May to be the MVP?
I think it really comes down to tonight. If Matt can roll over this Atlanta defense and have like a 4 or 5 touchdown performance, I think he locks it up. But if he doesn't tonight, wide open next week, just because you look at it and you say, hey, I wouldn't play Stafford next week. You're not playing for anything, right? So, and Drake's going to play next week, at least for a half, because I think the game's going to be over by the 3rd quarter, like against Miami. So James is spot on with it. I think it really comes – the MVP race is going to come down to tonight's Monday night game. Can Stafford have a 4 or 5 touchdown performance and go from there?
Yeah, but I'm still going to put a little asterisk by it, because if he's not going to be a division leader and he's not going to win his own division, the stats are nice and all, but you're looking at Drake May, 71.7% passing, 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I mean, he leads most of the quarterback categories. He's been phenomenal, man. What a great find by them. And, of course, you draft him high, but he's just developed so quickly. And to be a team that's not just in it, but you might be one of the best teams in football. I don't know if they're the odds-on favorite to win the AFC still, but this is to advance and to make the Super Bowl. I mean, but this is a really, really good team. So we'll see.
I'm with you, James. I think it's all going to, like you said, it's going to come down to this week. The Patriots are not favored in the AFC right now. Denver is. I think the MVP race is really up in the air, but what's even more up in the air, because I looked at it this morning, the Coach of the Year race. Shanahan shot up this morning. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, he's the leader now, right?
He's the leader in the clubhouse. Vrabel's 2, and then I think Liam Cohen is 3, if I'm correct on this.
Seattle's
he's 5, surprisingly. Ben Johnson's 4, just with Chicago and everything like that. So McDonald.
Yeah.
When I say Kenny, you have this great line. Get your popcorn popped. Week 18 about to be a movie, fam. Gosh, darn. From Saturday to Sunday.
You sounded just like him. Should have done it in Jerry Jones' voice, but it's okay.
It's gonna be popping. Week 18 gonna be popping. I know Saturday's gonna be crazy because even Niners Seahawks for sure. But as bad as those two teams are, I'm a mark for a win or go home game. So Yeah, give me the sorry Panthers and the sorry Bucks with the playoffs on the line. I'm tapped in. I'm watching.
I'm more tapped in to see if old man Rodgers can beat this Baltimore defense. Like Mike Tomlin, I don't know. Sunday night game's going to be fire too. All right.
You think they got it right? You think they got it correct with that being the Sunday night game?
Yeah, I think they nailed the schedule this week. I'll be honest with you. Like Brandon and I were talking about it before Sports Sunday. I think the NFL absolutely nailed it on ahead with the schedule this week. I think you'll get every rating that they're hoping for. They're going to get this next week just because of what they put everything out as. I'm upset because the Patriots are the 1 o'clock game here on the West Coast. I like the 10 a.m. games for them to wake up and watch. But if that's the worst thing, that's a selfish reason why I'm not like 100% happy with this week's Week 18 schedule.
I was checking this out. I tried to do it just by looking at past winners. I think that's impossible. There's got to be a way to figure out. When was the last time somebody, to James's point, when was the last time someone won the MVP and did not win the division?
You guys got to consider in front of you.
I'm looking at all these MVP winners, and it's just showing like the teams and the years they won. I can't imagine any of these guys not winning the division. Adrian Peterson with the Vikings, they beat the Packers to win the division, I thought, right?
No, Adrian Peterson 2012, they did not win
the
division. They went 10-6 as a wild card team.
But he ran away with it that year, though. I think he was not only the rushing leader, he was the touchdown leader in the NFL.
Yeah.
Manning had the MVP in 2008. Colts lost the division to the Titans, went 13-3. Steve McNair in 2003, and then Marshall Faulk in 2000.
Steve McNair, I see this name right here. I was like, yeah, Steve, they had 2003, they had to have won a division. I guess not. So what you counted about 4 times there?
5, you want to throw in Johnny Unitas.
No, 4.
Yeah,
4. It's 4.
Okay, so I'm also, like, we're talking about stats and why, like Stafford will win versus May. Okay, so in the 2021 season, this is a season that Aaron Rodgers wins the MVP, and he throws for 4,100 yards and 37 touchdowns, right? Tom Brady, that same year, 4,100 yards, 37 touchdowns. Tom Brady goes for 5,316 yards and 43 touchdowns. His best statistical year of his entire career. At age 44, his team goes 13-4. And he comes in second in the MVP. So it's not all about the stats. And in baseball, it's all about the stats. In football, there's always this like, you got to be on a great team. So I think Drake May's got a really good shot.
Money's going to be placed. Don't worry. Okay. I'm calling my bookie in Vegas. Don't you worry.
Big Sal. You're going to call Big Sal.
We need to get to the 1-800-GAMBLER moment here, Kenny. Jake's going out there placing bets.
Jake, as a impartial observer to that game last night, we've been talking about it all day long. 49ers Bears. I mean, did we witness the game of the year last night? It feels like we say that almost every week. It's like the season has been popping this year. Like they have had some big time games, Thursday night, Sunday night, all this other stuff. But did last night take the cake for you? Was that the game of the year?
In the NFL or for the 49ers?
NFL. The whole NFL.
I wouldn't give a game. I still think that Seattle Rams game was the game of the year with Sam Darnold's comeback. Because of the storyline of Sam not being the clutch player that he is to be able to do that. Now, if Chicago won that game, it would have been the game of the year, but they didn't.
Oh.
But I'm just being honest there, just because I think their turnaround would have been insane. The way that they walked it off against the Packers last week and then walking up against the 49ers the week after would have been just like back-to-back weeks of just incredible play by that team. But it was the best 49ers game this year. I think it takes the cake over the Rams game that they played on Thursday night. I'm truly impressed, of what the 49ers did, especially on defense. That final 2-minute drive, it really didn't look good. And then, the final goal line stand was just a little bit of luck, but a lot of great patience by the 49er defense. They dropped 9. They mucked up the middle for Caleb, made him get out of the pocket. And usually that's when he's deadly, but it's also where he has his biggest faults. He just couldn't find anybody that was open. I know there's a guy on the opposite side, I think it was DJ Moore, wide open on the other side of the field that he could have thrown to. But the 49ers defense, bend, don't break. And that was a signature win for a season of for a team and a season that everyone thought was done by week 8, like, or really week 5. Like, I remember talking with both you guys about it, just like saying, hey, you know, do you tank this year to get a top draft pick? Like, do you compete at all? And the resolve by this team with all their injuries and everything like that. The most impressive part about yesterday, though, was Brock Purdy. He started to play at an elite level, and there's a reason, like I said, Kyle Shanahan is the number one choice for Coach of the Year right now. He is coaching at a whole nother level this year, and I think it has a lot to do with not having to worry about the defense. With Robert Saleh being able to really be the defensive guy, he doesn't have to worry about that. And then the other part about it is he doesn't have to worry about special teams either. Like, I think he can truly solely focus on offense this year, which has made him completely be in his bag. And just what he was doing last night was incredible. If the 49ers have any chance of winning a Super Bowl, it will come from the offensive side of the ball. And I think that's why the number 1 seed is so important for them to lock up on Sunday, because you'll get Fred Warner back possibly by the divisional round game, maybe by the conference championship, and that changes your whole outlook this postseason for them.
Let's go, James. Do you got some breaking news, James?
No.
Oh,
no, we're good. No,
I was just checking. I had that ready. If just had some breaking.
No, there's no breaking news yet.
Is there things stirring? Do I need to make calls?
No, I don't think so. I was going to say, Jake, you just made a really good point. It's not just that Robert Saleh is there, and Robert Saleh has been a genius this season. It's that it's taken all of that off of the plate of Shanahan. And, you know, you brought up special teams. The special teams were so horrible last year. They should have fired their special teams coach like 3 weeks into the season. It was just one botched play after another. The reason why their entire season spun out felt like because their special teams were so horrible. And yeah, I mean, just go back to all the errors, like whether it's Moody or like just everything was bad. So I'm intrigued to see what Shanahan looks like when it's just like, hey, you go ahead and focus on offense, because the last couple of drives last night, they started running some crafty stuff. It was like, what is that? Like, I don't think I've ever seen that, like the formations, the players in motion, just like really, really complicated. Even if it was just runs, the run blocking was incredible. And, you know, you made it through a game without Trent Williams. I think that's going to be the biggest story moving forward. Like, it's not so much about when Fred Warner comes back, but it's whether you're going to have Trent Williams at all. Yeah, I think that just it was a really good point about the way that Shanahan's coaching free, and that's a good thing for the Niners.
To James's point, the 2 plays that stuck out in my mind was the screen pass to McCaffrey, where McCaffrey just went 40 yards in that final drive, and then
good no call on the block in the back. By the way, we'll just let that go. We didn't see that. I looked the other way, blocking the back, but no, we'll let it go.
And then the Juwan Jennings touchdown was just beautiful. Like, if you watch the play, Purdy's looking to the left the whole entire time, and then he zips it to the right at the last second because he knows Juwan's is going to be there. And then JJ just taking in for the touchdown and seeing the lane was just a thing of freaking beauty last night. So Trent Williams is a good point, James. I forgot about that. But, you know, the one thing I think is interesting, and I think this is a good thing for the 49ers, well, Trent has not practiced on Wednesday for, like, the majority of the season. So his backup, who came in last night, has gotten plenty of practice reps this year, and that's probably why he's performed so well, because on Wednesdays and even some Thursdays this year, he's practiced with the one. So it makes a difference. It truly does, especially when it comes to game time.
You know, we talk about a little bit more on that Juwan Jennings touchdown play. I've seen a couple of breakdowns by guys who know the game way more than I do in a technical sense. And they talk about Kyle Shanahan on that play. I'll retweet them because they break it down better than I can. But they talk about how Kyle Shanahan, with the play call, manipulating the defense and their responsibilities to basically, it was literally the definition of scheming a player open. And they talk about how Kyle knew the Bears were going to be in a cover 2. And when you're in defenses and you're in a zone defense specifically, you've got like certain areas. So if a guy is in that area, you've got that guy in that area. Well, Kyle, knowing that the Bears were in a certain defense, motioned a guy like Robinson to the same quadrant of Jawan Jennings, which created confusion, which created a new responsibility for certain guys. It is like super high level chess that this guy is doing. And it is literally the definition of scheming a player open based on him knowing what the defense is doing or their tendencies to do in those situations. And everybody that talks about it and knows about those things talks about how like this isn't normal. Like this is mastermind type stuff by Kyle Shanahan. And it was on full display yesterday.
Yeah,
Hey,
I kind of want to go back.
Real quick, hey, Herbert's not starting on Sunday.
All right.
Good Russ, Trey Lance. What are we talking about?
Oh.
Trey Lance, Denver Broncos going to be the number 1 seed unless they rest their guys as well.
Sorry, Jake.
It's all good.
That could mean that Drake May doesn't get the MVP.
James, I was going to give you all this whole entire compliment and say, you know what? I wish I could have been at the Ham household for Christmas. He probably had a spread because what he had for his holiday party, man, him and his wife, they know how to cook, fam. Okay, like they are.
You were in the building for the holiday party?
Oh, he made it up for the holiday party.
And I'll be honest with you, the ham setup is phenomenal. And you know the best part of the ham setup, it wasn't the food because the food was phenomenal. It wasn't the bar, which is also phenomenal. I figured out where James does his shows when he's at home, and the behind the scenes for that. Man, was that comical because I had no idea it's a bookshelf that is like 2x2 on each side that he goes up against. I think it was a wonderful time. So hopefully the Ham household was full of love on Christmas Day as well.
Yeah, you missed prime rib on Christmas Day, Jake.
Yeah, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, we made it in a beef stew last night.
Did you actually?
Leave Isaiah Stewart out of this.
Yeah, there we go.
It's okay. I was down in
yelled at me the whole time. I didn't. Why are you so angry, Stu?
We went to the game. Against the Pistons. I took the family with me, and we had the company seats that day, so it's like close to the rail, kind of close to the tunnel where the visiting team is. And sometimes, well, on all these games for all the teams, you know, they have bikes there, right? Like stationary bikes. Harrison Barnes used to go there, ride the bikes and stuff like that. And a couple of times I've taken Reese, and you know, he's said what's up to John Moran or something like that. And for that game, Isaiah Stewart was like back there getting a little treatment, had like a little back wrap on and stuff like that. And he says, "Oh, it's Isaiah Stewart. I'm gonna go say what I said, son. Be careful. Stay right here. Don't go talking to Isaiah Stewart. Don't go talking to him, man. Leave him alone.
Jose Alvarado, do not go over there and talk to him.
Don't go talking to me, Stu, man. You got to be careful with that one because then he gonna say something. I'm gonna get fired. They're gonna carry me out. He's still like, he's still gonna come into the stands. I said, no, leave me still alone. Leave me still alone.
That's funny.
Yeah, man. But you talked about it a little bit though, Jake. I want to get your. I mean, we'll go even further into that game, and you talked about how impressed you were with Brock Purdy. That touchdown in the third quarter, you know, where he evades the two defenders, looked like he's about to run it in at the last moment, finds Kyle Juszczyk. I mean, that's one of the greatest plays in recent 49er history from a quarterback. I said it. I've seen damn near every snap for the past 30 years of 49er football. That is one of the great quarterback plays I've seen in the last 3 decades from this franchise. I mean, he's looking the part, man. What he's done the last 6 days, what he's done the last month of the season has been top level stuff, man.
5 touchdowns each week. The past 2 weeks, 10 total touchdowns. That play that you described was by far his play of his career so far right now, just the way he was able to do it. I think it's interesting to show that play versus the final play for Caleb Williams. If you look at those plays back and forth, right, like side by side, when Brock steps up, he pulls the defense in front of him, the 2 defenders, and that's why Juszczyk was open in the corner. When you look at what Caleb did in the final play, he backed up instead of going forward between the 2 defenders and trying to pull the defense up. Difference between a touchdown and a sack or a throwaway. And I think that's what shows the elite quarterback play that Brock Purdy is playing right now. He's smart. He's very articulate with where he's throwing the football, and he's getting everyone involved. It's not just one guy. Ricky Pearsall played well yesterday. Kendrick Bourne played well yesterday. Jake Tunges was a great job filling in for George Kittle, who expected to be back for Week 18 this next week. Like, he spread the ball around. He got it to everybody. And as great as Brock Purdy's played this year, guys, hats off to Christian McCaffrey. Has played every game this year, fully healthy, and is on a legendary status right now. The guy has just been probably one of the best players in the NFL, if not one of the best running backs this year. And the fact that he's not in the MVP conversation is just somewhat of a little bit of a shame, because his availability, his ability to pull the 49er offense in the right direction, especially when they had those injuries throughout the beginning of the season. What he has done for San Francisco this year reminds me of what he did when they first acquired him a couple of years ago. He's been the stalwart of that offense, and that the fact that they can get the ball in his hands in such a variety of ways has really helped them tremendously over the past couple of games.
Hey, if somehow he finds a way to get 110 yards receiving and they beat the Seahawks, I wouldn't doubt that the conversation fires back up. Having, again, at that point, he'd probably be at 1,250 to 1,300 yards rushing. The yards from scrimmage would be like huge off the charts. He's already got 17 touchdowns. Like, there's potential there. And if you're the number one seed in a very crowded and very high quality, NFC West, I don't know. There should at least be a conversation, because just giving it to the best quarterback every year, that's not an MVP. That's just the most valuable quarterback. And I don't know why that is that they do that. But I don't know how you can win, like, the offensive player of the year. He won one year, but not the MVP. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. You didn't give the MVP to a defensive player. So if he's the offensive player of the year, he probably should be the MVP. But that's not how the NFL voting works now, which is kind of strange.
And the reason for it is just because the ball's in the hands of the quarterback basically every play. And that's why they get the head nod and everything. If I'm watching anything else on Saturday and Sunday, really Sunday, because the game's on Sunday, I want Myles Garrett to get the sack record, guys. Like, that's a guy that I think needs to play on a better team than Cleveland next year. Same thing with, Max Crosby with Vegas. Like, I think those are the two guys that need to be playing on more competitive teams moving forward, because what they do week in and week out is absolutely incredible.
Myles Garrett had the opportunity, and he signed the contract. Big boy, signed the contract. Now I don't blame him. He signed that contract for sure. But I think we're about maybe 2 years away from him being traded. That's my guess.
And put him in like 33, though, wouldn't it?
That's the perfect age to trade him. You move on from him at that point. But
we got what, 2 more days until the new year? Any New Year's resolution with the Kings? I got one.
You tell me. We got 2 minutes.
Trade everyone.
We got 2 minutes, so you can tell me who's the first person you're trading. Like, realistically, who's the first person you're moving on from?
Zach LaVine.
But can you move him?
Yeah, I think Milwaukee is a possibility. From everything I keep on hearing. The one that I keep on hearing, I heard yesterday, and I made a text this morning, and it came back the same way. Like, hey, LeBron to Golden State. Don't be surprised if that starts picking up. Like,
that'd be so embarrassing for LeBron. Do not do that, bro.
I for Jimmy Butler, I've heard that a couple times past 2 days. So
Jesse, your boy would not be the GOAT if he did that. I'm telling you.
He wants to play with Steph. I don't blame him. Like, he wants to go play with Steph again. Look what he did at Team USA this past year. Like, there's some things going on with Los Angeles and the Lakers.
GOAT conversation will be over, bro. Like, it's already done, but it'll really be over if he went to the Warriors.
Should he go to the Wizards?
But then he's got to win.
He's got to win. Yeah,
he would have to win, and I'm not sure that even with LeBron that the Warriors are winning. I don't know.
The biggest thing with the Warriors, they got to figure out Kuminga. They've got to figure out Kuminga and what they want to do with that. That's a star player sitting on your bench again, DNPs. So where that ends up going, I don't know. But my New Year's resolution is I want to have all volunteers on the Kings roster, no hostages, and we got some hostages. So that's my New Year's.
Get your hostages.
We will. Me and James will say right now we will have our New Year's resolutions for the Kings tomorrow, as we do. KC and Ham one more time. ESPN 1320 for the last time in 2025 with our live program. We're going to be back when we talk Kings, talk more 49ers. We got to dive into the NBA because the NBA, there's some takes that we got to get off tomorrow. There is some takes that we need to talk about tomorrow with the NBA and NFL in general. We're going to have a good time, man. We appreciate y'all coming in here today. Bears fans, one more time before you get out of here.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Yes. Sorry about that. We handled business. You guys didn't. We'll see you tomorrow.
Trae Bay for MVP.
All right, settle down. Brock Purdy MVP. Let's go. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Vamos, 49ers. And it's our wrap. Good job, man. Appreciate you, Big Jake, man. You got the day off? You just chilling, man?
Nah, no day off. I'm working. I'm just going in late today. Don't tell my boss. All right.
Well, there ain't nothing going on today.
He won't know.
No,
he has no idea. It's not. He doesn't listen to D-Lo and KC, does he? No.
He needs to.
I'll be honest with you. There ain't nothing going on. We have a Monday night game tonight. The Warriors play at 4:30 in Brooklyn. I think the Sharks play. So it's going to be all 49er talk today. I can tell you that much. So, hey, you two, if I don't talk to you, have a great New Year, guys. Miss and love you both. James, I'll probably see you on the 1st.
Yeah, we have a game tomorrow night, but it's on the road, right?
Yeah.
So New Year's Day.
I'll see you against the Celtics.
I'll be there on New Year's Day. I'll be there as a fan, though. I might slide there early though. Just
courtside Kenny. Courtside Kenny. Okay.
Not courtside Kenny.
Courtside Kenny. Get me those tickets, okay?
Jake, appreciate you hopping on, man. Appreciate you pulling up on us today, man.
Always, my friends. Catch you soon.
Right. See ya. All right, y'all, man. We'll be here tomorrow, man. 10 to 2. 10 to 2. Pull up on us, man. Appreciate y'all today. John Bull, Manny, Walter Payton, Avi guy, which is Wheezy. I remember it now. But yeah, man. Thank you guys, man. Shout out to y'all. It's all good. Great game last night. And maybe we'll do it again, man. Big ups to y'all.
See ya.